The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason.
From Pat, Tom, and Cody?
Yeah. Why'd she say she's thinking of going to the John Party concert tonight? Is he playing somewhere? I'm confused now because it says September 27th on here. We'll find that out.
Okay.
We'll find that out. I trust our promotions. Good morning. Welcome in. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, and Christopher Laud.
Too much birthday.
Where is he? Do we know? Is it public? I'm not where, but like, why is he gone? I didn't know.
Yeah, from what I gathered, it was, the big birthday yesterday. And there was a plan for something that he was doing that I think changed, but, we set things up ahead of time. And
so he's recovering.
Yeah.
He's recovering. That's fine.
He's taking a 3-day weekend.
He's taking a 3-day weekend. That's okay. It's his birthday. That's fine.
Yeah.
Kyle Ledbetter in with us this morning. So all kinds of fun and hijinks and hyperbole and excitement and overindulgence and
that's just
violence us. And that's exactly us. How was your evening?
It was fine. I'm trying to think of any big events. Nothing super eventful. Watch some football. Watch some Shohei. My gosh.
We'll talk about that today. It's actually, honest to God, it's one of my favorite sports arguments going right now. And I'm a lifelong Giants fan, which means, well, it doesn't necessarily mean, but I'm also a Barry Bonds guy through and through.
Are you reporting he's going to the Giants?
Barry?
Yeah. No.
Shohei. Oh, Shohei. But, I think Shohei Ohtani is the greatest player of all time. Number one. Yeah, number one.
I mean, the guy didn't even pitch yesterday. What are you doing?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
what if he pitched yesterday and got blasted,
but still did the hitting stuff? Great. I mean, not great.
He's a hack at half of his job.
Everything.
It's incredible.
When it comes to offense, I mean, look, whatever Shohei is doing with the whole 50-50 is insane. I'd still take Bonds. Offensively, I would still take Bonds. At his peak, I would say Bonds is better than Ohtani, even this year.
He never did 50-50.
He didn't, but Ohtani's never done, 70 and the on-base percentage of the intentional walks.
Yeah.
But I think the argument ends. Well, I mean, we're going to get into this later.
Yeah.
I think the argument ends simply with what year did Barry Bonds start the All-Star game as a pitcher? To me, that ends the argument. Now, that doesn't mean, there's a difference. When you say the greatest player of all time, well, he doesn't have 700 home runs. He doesn't have even 3,000 hits. Excuse me. So there's the longevity.
Yeah.
And then there's who's the greatest. And I don't know how to differentiate when you say the greatest player of all time between the overall picture, which he's not in that yet to me. He's not in the overall career. He doesn't have any of the numbers.
But nobody's done this.
Nobody's done this.
Yeah. And it's not just, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. I mean, I don't even think we're saying this. We're not penalizing other people that have never pitched because they just haven't done it. And there's a reason why they haven't done it.
Right. And don't give me like Frank left hand Medwick in 1926. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, he also batted 119.
Right, exactly.
But I was trying to think of an equivalent if what's the guy's name at Colorado? Hunter, the DB and receiver.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be great.
Sure.
I mean, could he, in theory, like if he literally played, like there was a time where Dion kind of tinkered with both.
Yeah.
Bailey tinkered.
Yeah. Bo Jackson.
But like if they, not even two
sports.
I'm sorry,
you're right in the same
offense, defense.
I got you. Yeah.
So like if he was the best corner and a really good receiver, would we go, well, I mean, no one else has played two positions.
Right. Does that make him better than Tom Brady?
Right.
And that's the thing. It's like, maybe it's who's the best player and who's the greatest of all time. I don't know. I don't know how to differentiate them.
And where's Aaron Judge? And how does it affect LeBron's legacy?
How does any of this affect LeBron's legacy? Joel Embiid early this morning signed a max extension. And
are banks open that early?
He is sitting outside his bank right now with this little check, waiting to go in and cash it. Not the same without the Woj. It was a ShamWow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where are you, Woj?
Where are you, Woj? Yeah, come on, lazy.
Going back to college.
He's off NILing.
You're in college.
Why would we call it NIL and not nil?
I don't know.
I don't know either, because nil means zero.
What if you said that in soccer?
Nil.
Score is 1 to NIL.
1 to NIL?
Yeah.
They'd be like, it's football.
Yeah. Oh, dang it.
It's football, you
yank. How was your evening? Everything smooth? You and the
Yeah.
and Melissa?
Yeah, actually. Which means she did not listen to the show, nor did any of her friends tell her about it.
Good work, everyone.
Thank God. Although I was having fun yesterday because we were on the phone at one point in the afternoon. It's our usual thing. We talk when she either goes to lunch or gets off work. Hey, how's your day? What's for dinner? What's the assignment with the kids? Okay, we're good to go. I have to find out what is my deal with the kids? Who am I picking up? Where both? So who's got the practice? Who's got this? Who's got that? And then we're finished the conversation. I go, oh, I had one more question. She goes, yeah. And I go, what were you doing with my passport on? And she's like, I didn't do any. Like, I'm joking. It's okay. I'll tell you, this even for me, this might be getting a little personal, but we are having an issue. I bless you and bless you. I was waiting
Thank
for
you.
this sneeze.
Usually there's 3, but
ever since we got Gracie about 6 months ago, because of the amount of noise, this dog, let me say, first and foremost, no matter what I'm about to say, we love Gracie. We're not getting rid of her. We're not selling her. We're not, throwing her in the pool and seeing what happens. Like, this dog sucks, dude. Oh my God, does this dog suck? She is cute, loving. She's a sweetheart dog.
she's getting by on looks.
100%. She even smiles when you scratch her, like her little face goes into a smile. Charming. If I'm upstairs, if I'm taking a nap or whatever, she'll lie right next to my leg and rest her little dog face on my calf or exactly like that, Jason. And I'm just like, why can't you be like this? I can hold her. Like if I try to hold Gus like a baby, he gets big eyes and he's just like, what are you doing? Whereas, and Gus is like the more inbred looking, dog with kind of the half crossed eye and all that. She's actually a papered dog, and it sucks. She sucks. This is gonna sound hilarious, but we're literally taking her to like a vet psychologist next week to see if we need to like medicate her or what we need to do, because this dog is like the ADHD of dogs. She cannot stop. And please don't come at me with, oh, she's a puppy. I know she's about a year old. I get it. And she will probably grow out of it. And she has massive separation anxiety, but she also can't stop. We have to close all the doors because if we leave them open for a second, she will get into the garbage, like the bathroom garbage, and just strew it all over the house. The amount, I think her tummy is probably filled with toilet paper rolls. She has now learned how to paw open. After I finally got the kids and everybody closes, like we have these what's it called? The thing you store cereal in, a pantry. We have this double door pantries.
Yeah.
Everyone closes them now. She has now apparently learned to paw them open from the bottom. And so yesterday when I came home, we have these big Tupperware containers that we pour cereal in. Redhead eats cereal every single morning. She not only took the Tupperware thing of cereal out, but somehow she chewed the lid off, and there's cereal all over the floor in the front room. She dragged it to the front room, opens it. There is cereal everywhere, Honey Nut Crunch. And of course, Gus loves this because he's just sitting there when I walk in. He's hey, what's going on, dude? What free snack? Mm-hmm. And the thing is, as soon as I walk in, Gracie looks at the cereal and looks at me and takes off running. Because she knows she's going to jail. She knows she's doing wrong. She loves to take remotes and chew on them and hide them. She just can't calm down, dude.
Yeah.
If we let her outside without supervision for too long, she'll find the mud, and she's a white dog. She'll find the mud and just roll in it and just be like, what's up? Middle paws in the air. What are you going to do about it? And it's at the point where it's just like, I feel bad because I'm trying to do this thing where like we catch her, no, bad dog, and then I put her in air jail on the way up to the room, and she goes in her kennel for a while. It's like timeout. She deals with it. She gets mad. She yarfs, and we close the door and let her yarf until she yarfs herself out. And then finally, we go up there. She's fast asleep. We let her out, and it's like when they let the PBR bulls out. Just
yeah.
I've had dogs my whole life. I don't think I've ever not had. Well, I mean, I have, but 98% of my life I have lived with dog or dogs. I have never even seen this. So we're literally taking her in to find out, like, is there like
something up?
Puppy Prozac we can put her on, some sort of, and I don't want her to be all like high all the time.
But if it helps.
And it sucks, man, because I want to be pissed at her. I want to be like, you are a terrible dog. She's not a bad dog. She just sucks. That makes sense. So anyways, dealing with that. Other than that, no, it was great.
Is there training or something like that you guys could do?
We're completely open to that. Like, we know how to excuse me, we have the basic understanding of how to train a dog. Like, our dogs always can sit and lie down and come, stay, all that stuff. But we need that. I mean, and not even with Cesar Milan, because like, what's he gonna do? The only time she ever, it's like, what? Just calm down. Don't eat the cereal. Don't get in. So now, this is the first time we've ever had to do this. When my wife and kids leave for work and school at about 7:30, she goes in her kennel. So
you get home.
Until I get home at 11 or noon. That's 3-4 hours. Now it's in our bedroom, and this is gonna sound so freaking Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. We have this giant kennel, and we make sure she has like her little bone and stuff, and then we turn on there's a YouTube channel with like dog programming. So we just, I don't know. I feel bad. It's probably fine. And actually, I think a lot of people would say you should put her in a smaller kennel and just let her chill and she'll fall. Whatever.
And leave her a book.
Let her read.
Yeah.
This is one of the things I actually really hate this saying. There are no bad dogs, and there's no bad dogs. There's only bad trainers or bad owners. That is about as stupid a saying as money can't buy happiness. Like, those are probably and now Gracie's not a bad dog. There are actually bad dogs. There are dogs that just suck, period. You have like pit bull owners that freak out when you talk about, bro, there's bad pit bulls. There are genetically terrible pit bulls. There's also wonderful pit bulls too. And yes, the owner can make a difference. Sometimes a large difference, sometimes a difference in the margin. But to think, that's like saying there's no bad people. Yeah, there are. There's like legit bad people. Well, they were raised that way, I guess. Usually, sometimes. But then there's also, why is that so hard to admit? Sometimes there's bad people. You're a good guy, Jason.
Thanks.
You're a good, because if there's no bad people, then that means there's no good people, right? Like, what are we doing here?
Deep. We're getting deep.
I'm just saying, like,
100%.
if there's no bad dogs, that means there's no good. There's just a dog. Of course, there's bad dogs. There are dogs that suck, just like there's people that suck. There are dogs and people. Let me just say this as we go to break, that the world would literally improve if they fell into one of them. What are them holes?
Sinkholes.
Sinkholes.
Yeah. They just disappeared into bad dog and bad people.
Yes. Why do we always need to be like, no, everybody's great.
There'd be good sinkholes.
Everybody's great. Is there a good sinkhole? There's no bad sinkholes. We'll take a break. When we come back, there are no good hitters except Shohei Ohtani. He's pretty good. Every single player on the 49ers is out Sunday.
Yep.
Apparently.
We're playing.
We are suiting up.
Mm-hmm.
You're under center. I'm snapping it to you. Watch your hands. Not there. Those aren't thighs. So we'll do that. And look, congratulations to Joel Embiid, who is finally going to be able to afford the steak dinner.
Good for him.
He finally is getting paid.
We spend a lot of money too.
There are no bad contracts. We'll come back with leading off next.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town
Getting drunk on a plane.
for his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael,
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich,
Be the difference.
Dasha, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
On a 1-2, Ohtani sends it in the air. The other way. Back it goes. Gone. One of a kind player. One of a kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club.
Yo,
That's a great call.
said it when I tweeted it. I said that is a perfect call from start to finish. You are a play-by-play voice. I'm a nerd about play-by-play. I love it when we break down good and bad play-by-play. And I'd much rather it's probably more fun to break down bad play-by-play, to be honest. But I love that was and here's the background to it. I would guess. I'm pretty sure you can kind of tell he thought about what he was going to say. Mm-hmm. There were some lines in there that I think he was thinking about in the shower, but got the moment, executed the call perfectly, let it breathe at the end, which is just so okay. Not letting a call breathe at the end of it is like not letting a steak rest after you pull it off. It's gonna be there. Better. It's just better. Let it marinate, if you will.
Yeah, Tony Romo.
Thank you. Yeah, you let the crowd make the call, and that's on the road. It couldn't have been a better call. Almost as good as Shohei Ohtani yesterday.
Almost. He did get a single. Why did he waste our time with that single? 3 homers, 2 doubles, but you couldn't have hit another double or no triples? I don't know.
Should he go back to Japan where he's where maybe he can compete better?
Yeah, he should think about it. I love, we were talking about earlier about his season or the debate. That I think that was a really interesting one we had, I don't know, a few weeks ago when we were talking about while he was chasing 50-50 was who was it last year? Acuna had 42 and 70. What's the better? 50. There's no one's ever done it. So the 42-70 was incredible last year, but 50, and then just the way he did it with a 10 RBI, 3 homer, 2 stolen bases. Nobody's ever done those numbers in a phenomenal day.
It was, and we'll talk about this later, wasn't the most phenomenal day.
Yeah.
Did Shohei Ohtani yesterday have the best single game that anyone has ever had? At least any batters. And there are some nominees. There are some nominees for that.
You know, it's good when, like, if you play, you become dominant like a video game, and like that's actually better than people do on video games.
For real, if you go 6 for 6 with 3 homers and 2 stolen bases and all the things that he did,
that game's got a glitch.
That game has a glitch. You're cheating, whatever it may be. Remember, we played Mike and the Mad Dog yesterday. So this was years later. It's just a quick clip. This is when Shohei Ohtani originally signed with the Angels, and these guys were, Mad Dog has his own MLB channel. Mike Frances is one of the. They're both radio gods, basically. Sometimes people get it wrong. Sometimes they absolutely nail predictions, and I got to give them credit.
Ken, I'm with you. How about Ohtani now? No, it's funny. If the Yankees had gotten Ohtani,
and they wanted him badly,
wouldn't have been here.
No, he would not only wouldn't have been here. The question is he going to embarrass somebody? Is he going to be as bad as everyone says he's been?
Awful in spring training.
This is a guy who people were talking about being the greatest player in baseball. They have the best player in baseball on that team. They brought a guy in, and they were talking this guy up like crazy, and he hasn't produced anything yet. The Yankees are lucky they didn't get him.
So lucky.
I mean, so lucky.
Just fortunate.
We've all been there. That's just a really bad one. The Yankees are lucky they didn't get Shohei Ohtani.
Well, in fairness, his career's not over. I mean,
jury's still out.
Exactly.
Maybe they did dodge a bullet.
Wow.
Yankees have won more playoff games.
That is true.
Ooh, I like that, Kyle.
You know what I say, though? Don't bet against Ohtani.
Do you say that?
I say it all the time.
You do.
And there are bad dogs, by the way. It's a separate thing. Number two, please.
Cut number 2. Clear right, 1 left. Brock looking right. Brock throws middle. Caught by George Kittle. Going to take it to the goal line and right down to the goal line. He's in. Touchdown! San Francisco!
I love the play call to George Kittle.
Well, I hope you remember it because it's likely not happening this weekend. So, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
George Kittle.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel.
Great players.
Out. Yeah.
Is Brock playing?
Yes.
Okay. Ayuk?
I mean, technically.
He'll be there?
He'll be there.
Oh, wait. They're good. Use check.
Me's check?
Yeah. Man.
Weez check.
We all check.
Yeah, ours check. UFC fighter Josh Koscheck. Yeah.
They're just trying to make it fair. They've owned the Rams. Take some bodies away. Man, that's brutal.
Actually, earlier this week, the Niners were favored by 7 going into. I've not looked since Monday.
Okay, let's do I bet it didn't go 5.5.
Okay, so 7.
I don't think it went crazy.
Here's the thing. I think I'm with you, and I think this is going to be one of those things where it's like, how did it not? I'm going to say 6.5.
Okay.
I'm with you. I don't think it moved much at all, which is weird. Scroll or 10. I'm never right, and when I am, I want to celebrate it. Niners minus 6.5. Nice. And on my kids, I have not looked since Monday. That's
a little surprising.
Because
actually, I thought my number was too high.
It was 7.
Wow.
And since then,
well, in fairness, not in fairness, like the Rams have everybody out too.
Yeah,
a lot of people out.
They do. They do. But golly, gee willikers.
Is this preseason game?
I mean,
is this the Hall of Fame game?
No pressure, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Because
he's a system QB, so now he can show everybody that he's not.
If he does not go out this weekend and go like 25 of 30 for 365 and 4 touchdowns, he's a system QB.
Yeah.
And he can't win without, others.
I think I should have been picked last.
So welcome in Eric Sobert, Saubert, Saubert.
Is that a real person?
No. But this year, 2 catches for 26 yards. By my math, that's 13 yards per catch.
Okay.
So that's promising.
Yeah.
He is a 8th year, round 5, pick 174 out of Drake. Not like us.
Yeah. He didn't go to Lamar?
No, he didn't go to Lamar. There's no Kendrick, is there?
University
of Kendrick could be funny.
Yeah.
Kendrick State.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Kentucky.
So yeah.
Well, if he has 13 yards a catch, maybe he'll get 10 catches.
This could be the birth of the next great tight end at 30 years old.
Do we ask Dave Richard at 7 if we should pick him up?
Do we start him?
Yeah.
I think what's going to be.
Do we start a Niner?
I actually, it's like, who's the Niner that has gone from X% start to Y%? Like, who's had the big? Who does he think gains the most?
I mean, Mason's been great, but I think he's been great because all those other pieces are there. Partly too.
I could not agree more. Hey, listen, cut number 3, please.
Cut number 3. B and David Robinson with games like that. And B with the ball after a steal. Joel drives it down the lane. Left hand layup. It's up and good. 70 points for B. 133 to 118.
Yeah. Well, finally, Joel Embiid.
The long nightmare is over.
The long national nightmare is over. Joel Embiid is rich. He signs a max extension, $300 and something million. Much like Joel Embiid, it's going to be a full value contract until towards the end of the year where it reduces by 50%. I don't know what that is. Also, have you seen these Ben Simmons videos?
I think at media day, when we go there in a little over a week, we have a cardboard cutout, and just there's pictures of you interviewing the cardboard cutout of Ben Simmons.
But who would play? Is it what's a good Ben Simmons? Hi, I'm Ben Simmons.
Want to see it?
Want to see it? It really is. It's like fall, winter, spring, summer. Simmons in the lab. Like whatever your bingo card is every year. One of these
jump shot is lethal right now.
Is he going to be 36? It's like, Ben Simmons honestly looks rejuvenated.
Yes.
After playing 8 games in 12 years.
Yeah.
This
is the year.
Look at his jump shot. Actually, I did watch the video.
You did?
Well, I watch a lot of stuff. I was just watching it. No, I was watching him. I was like, that jumper looks weird. If you go and you look, like he goes up and his elbow is like at like 4 o'clock, and he's kind of, it's not like quite Sean Marion, but there's a bit of a hitch in the giddy up. That being said, man, that's welcome to Sacramento, Ben Simmons next year. That's
no, and we're waiting one more.
So, well, yeah, because he's making way too much money. You can't touch him right now, but next year, he'll come
cheap.
He'll come back. He'll have a decent enough year. Maybe comeback player of the year, certainly top 3. It's a contract year, and then he's going to complete the Kings title puzzle next year. Come in, play the 3, play the 4, some point guard, and play some world-class defense.
I mean, I think I know the answer, but if somehow that scenario happened where he was like, everybody would agree he was the piece that won them a title. I mean, you're over the moon because they won a title.
Yes.
But that other part would be like, could we handle you?
If Ben Simmons, well, here's the good news for everybody.
At least we'd all be happy anyway.
I mean this. This is the good news for everybody. If Ben Simmons came here and helped the Kings win a title, I would, because that'd be what, June something. I would probably announce the next morning that I'm retiring from radio. I'd be here for a week. I'd be obnoxious as hell.
Yeah, I would say you'd need at least a week.
At least,
maybe a month. A victory lap.
Well, I would want the mayor, whomever that it is at the time, to give me the key to the city.
You take Malik's key.
Give me the key, Malik. Hey, it's Ben there waiting for you.
This goes to Ben.
This is right here.
Ben and I share it, meaning you.
Well, right, exactly. And, Ben and I would probably go on vacation somewhere to celebrate.
Yeah.
Take me around Australia.
Yeah.
Wherever. Yeah. There are levels of obnoxious I don't think have been seen in human history. Like they say Napoleon was obnoxious at one. No.
They do.
No, they say it all the time. I would be, God, the levels of obnoxious would be, I would like randomly, like we'd be doing a radio show and be like, Shohei Ohtani just went 60 for 60. I'd be like, he did. He is amazing. almost as amazing as Simmons. When you guys didn't listen to me about Ben Simmons all those years. I'd work it into my live reads.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, go on, search, select, and save at hobletdodge.com, and you will make the right decision like the Kings did.
Yeah.
When they acquired Ben Simmons. We'll take a break when we come back. Safe or out, baseball, Shohei, Dodgers, and that trashy A's ownership that's on its way here. Boy, are they they're at it again. We'll talk about it next.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with the Retirement Security Center for the weekly economic update. The long-awaited rate cut cycle has begun as the Federal Reserve cut rates by 0.5% on Wednesday. The decision for the larger rate cut was due to some concerns over the labor market and the belief that the journey towards the target inflation rate of 2% is in sight. What is next for stock market investors? The S&P 500 surged more than 21% when the rate-cutting cycle began in 1995, while it fell more than 10% in 2001 after the dot-com bubble burst. The market went down in 2007 when rates were cut, but increased in 2019. So the answer to what's next may be in the why, as in why did the Fed cut rates? If the Fed eases rates due to recession fears versus an effort to get interest rates closer to a base rate, you could see market reductions. When you see earnings growth in concert with rate cuts, that could be a positive for disciplined investors. Expectations of earnings growth in 2024 are 15%, higher than the 12.8% expectation at the beginning of the year. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic FA Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic FA is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic FA.
Hey, get ready. Here comes your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. You don't want to miss Winona Judd at Hard Rock Live on September 28th. And on October 4th, comedy legend Rob Schneider is bringing the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Space out with Weezer for the Voyage to the Blue Planet Tour 2024 at the Golden One Center on October 8th. And looking further ahead into October, Alec Benjamin brings his soulful vibes to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on the 16th. Then on October 17th, catch the hilarious Ronnie Chang at the Bob Hope Memorial Theater in Stockton. On October 20th, Renee Vaca brings his hilarious stand-up to the Crest Theater in Sacramento. And finally, gear up for the ultimate Halloween bash with a $5,000 costume contest. It's Sinners and Saints Saturday at Thunder Valley on October 26th. Costumes, music, and plenty of thrills. Get all the event details at sacktownsports.com and stay locked on to Sacktown Sports for your chance to win tickets.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Silverado savings spectacular now at Maida Chevy with $13,000 off MSRP. Every new Silverado half-ton LTZ in stock after rebates. $12,500 off every Silverado half-ton High Country after rebate. And $11,000 off all new Silverado half-ton RSTs exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Whatever Silverado you choose, you'll save thousands at Maida Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/30/24.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Does this look like a pajama shirt to you?
It didn't, but now that's said, I can see it.
Well, you know what it is? It's this outline.
Yeah,
it's almost. I think it looks more like I'm one of them. It's like a cowboy shirt, not a Cowboys, but it's like this stitching.
When you came, I took it as a Hawaiian shirt. I don't know, I don't know. But now that it's said that way, I can see that.
I just wear it.
Yeah,
I don't have any say in what I wear. They didn't before the show ended, I said, hey, bring MC back, and they did not, so that's weird. Can you go in and bring MC? MC was on timeout yesterday. Can you bring him back, Kyle?
I think the timeout should just expire, and he should be able to.
No, he's not in the chat, and he just texted me.
Was he on time in?
Yeah, I don't know. But I want to be fair here. He should have been let loose after the show. There's no mechanism to go in and be like, hey, you're
let out of jail.
You're
on YouTube?
Yeah.
No, it's either a 5-minute timeout or a ban.
So how do you go out and ban someone?
That is a good question. I don't know because I didn't do the banning.
Okay, we'll have to
long arm of the law
text
from Chris.
Text Chris. Jeez.
Yeah.
I don't know what the mechanisms are.
And normally it's just a timeout, and then after 5 minutes they let you back in.
Also, the co-captain of the chat, Zebra, is MC and Zebra. I love Zebra. I love them both, but yeah, really needs to. We have this ongoing saga of does money buy happiness? That's apparently the theme today. And I said, if I showed up at your house with $10 million in cash, we could spend all day talking about how your life would improve and how much happier you would be. My life would be more comfortable, but I would not necessarily be happier. It might be more. That is copium. It's okay to say. Now, Jason, I'm not saying everything would be perfect, of course, and there would be new problems.
Same problems. No, that's not fair. But just doesn't pick up Mason from practice or whatever,
Would I? Or would I have a driver? Would I figure it out and have Avery get her license? Because
would the passport still go missing?
Yeah, would the passport? What I'm not saying is that
what things get you down now, I don't think are not for everyone. I'm not saying everything.
Right.
A lot of times they are money related, but not everything.
Well, I think a really good test would be to walk around with a suitcase would be a big suitcase. I guess a duffel of $10 million and see who turns it down.
Oh, people aren't going to turn that down.
See, the saying is not money eliminates unhappiness.
Right.
That I disagree. Of course,
but is it short term?
Money buying happiness.
I'm not going to turn down a suitcase of money.
Right.
I go, wow. I mean, today I'd be like, you would not believe what happened to me today.
Right.
You probably would never forget that, but also, I don't know. You still get cut off in traffic. You still have whatever.
It doesn't eliminate unhappiness.
A bad report from the doctor.
Sure.
I mean, or whatever.
But you get a bad, and it also can't. Money can't. But it's just money can't eliminate unhappiness. Yeah. But money 100% can buy happiness and improve quality of life. Like my parents are going to get the best care and best whatever. My kids going to college will never have to worry about whatever. The neighborhood we live in, there's going to be, gated and this and that and security and huge house with a grotto pool and traveling with the whole family and seeing untold wonders and getting to the front of the line and getting to the part of the cruise ship that no one's allowed to go in, and you have the pool to yourself and all the little things. Like, I go to a cruise ship, so material, but I want to drive this car. I want to live in this neighborhood. I want to go to this place. I'm not worried about any of this. Like that
material things,
material things, but also beyond material. Here's the part we don't talk about. One of your parents or somebody in the family gets sick. They're getting the best health care. You're not worried about, seeing the specialist or the cost of that prescription or the third opinion. You're not having to rely on all that crap that we have to rely on. You've got the ability to do anyways.
I think it could really help in helping you make other people happy.
The amount of difference you could make.
That would be a fun
charitable
reward.
contribution. The things you could start that makes not just you happy, but other. Now, obviously, it's like the bad dog thing. Like, look, if you're a bad human being, you got a bunch of money. That could have a net negative effect on the world.
You could buy MC his own channel.
Absolutely. Texting Chris to. Okay. Now the MC thing is a thing. We got to get it.
MC might have to just make another account.
No, but the problem is that he's got his iPad and his phone or computer, so he's already got 2 accounts. I don't want him to have to make a new one.
He might have to make a new Gmail account.
No, but Chris somehow bans him and unban. We've done this before. So I think there must be a mechanism where you can go in and like search or have a list of blocked users and then hit that user and unblock them. That must be what it is. So I'll text him.
I'm Googling it. I'm on the search.
I appreciate it. I'll appreciate that.
You can listen if you're listening, MC. I'm trying for you.
All right. Safer out.
Safer out number 1. Shohei Ohtani's game against the Marlins was the best of all time.
Well, Sean Green went 6 for 6 and actually had more stolen base or more total bases, I should say, in the game than Ohtani did yesterday. Mark Whitten once went 4 for 5 with 4 home runs and 12 RBI. That's 1 more home run. That's 2 more RBI. Jason, I think when it all comes down to it, and you look at the entire picture, not only did he go 6 for 6, he went 6 for 6 to get 50-50. He went 6 for 6 and had 2 stolen bases to get to 51-51. It was the overall and the pressure and everything. I think it's the greatest single game ever.
Hitting 2 doubles in the game is pretty good. He hit 2 doubles paired with a single, paired with 3 homers, 4 runs scored, 10 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and the best part you said, I think, is attached to 50-50, the historical reference.
Yeah.
I mean, someone out there probably has done the research, but I've never seen one better, so I'm going safe.
I haven't. Not in that situation.
It's in the conversation if it's not number 1. That's for sure.
Number 2, please.
Number 2, the Dodgers clinched a playoff spot, and they're 3 games up on the Brewers for the 2nd seed and first-round bye in the National League. So safer out. With Ohtani, the Dodgers are finally going to win the National League this year.
You can't say it.
It should be safe. It should be. Dodgers are the best team in the National League, and I think
they're better than Phillies?
I think they're better than the Phillies.
Okay.
I do. I think they're better than the Phillies, but it's what happens under that, what is it, pressure makes diamonds, or, you just end up with crumbly coal. And the Dodgers just don't have the best, they had their Mickey Mouse fake title in 2020, but this is a really good team. I do worry about the pitching.
That's it. We all look at the lineups. Incredible. What happens in the postseason? The magic of the bullpen, the magic of starting pitching.
Right.
Everybody's arm turns into a giant noodle.
Yes. Maybe they bring in Shohei to finally pitch. Prove your value of your contract.
Shohei closes out the NLCS Game 7.
Now we're talking.
Now we go.
Yeah.
Does MC have to roll doubles to get out of job? Job, Dennis.
Good pull.
Quantity over quality. Yeah. Number 3, please.
Number 3. Tonight begins the final homestand in the history of the Oakland Athletics. Safer out, the A's will have a proper send-off with a winning record and no embarrassing moments this week.
That's the most out question in history of safe or out.
Which part?
Yes. Everything. Whole thing. This is just...
So I honestly don't know how the last game's going to go.
Did you see the giveaway thing?
Is that true? The 7th inning thing?
Wait, what? Gosh.
Okay, so they're doing this giveaway, right? And you get like the voucher or whatever, and then you can't redeem it though until the 7th inning, and it's while supplies last. And I think there's 25,000 giveaways, but it's expected to be like I think 35,000 there. So everybody's
This is for the last game.
This is for the last game. So everyone's gonna leave because they want the giveaway during the game, and it's just gonna look terrible. It is so bad.
What's the giveaway?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's a replica Coliseum.
Yes. Okay, there you go.
Which, remember when the Ohtani dog bobblehead was a giveaway?
Oh, and people were waiting in line?
Yeah, it's going to be worth a lot.
So they've known for a long time how many people are going to be there.
Yeah, man, it's officially a sellout.
God forbid you just get that many. And even more, you could get 40,000, and if 35,000 people show up and everybody gets a giveaway, you could sell the other 5,000 in the team store and people will buy them because it'll be a collector's item. And they've decided it's the little things. This is the most classless, scumbag-filled, garbage can embarrassment of ownership, and I don't even blame anyone else because although it's easy to say they should resign, but at some point you got to look in the mirror and go, I'm working for the devil here. They just time and time again. I honestly believe, Jason, and maybe this gives Sacramento a little hope. I honestly believe that John Fisher hates Oakland and hates Oakland A's fans and is so petty about it that he is full. These aren't mistakes. He's fully aware of what's going on and he's laughing. Like, see you later, skater.
You think either of Chris Watkins or Verlade, who's going to that game, get the replica?
I mean,
it's going to be worth a lot of money if you do.
It's just so bad. All fans will receive a commemorative final game ticket. Okay. The first 25,000 fans will receive an exit voucher good for one replica Coliseum giveaway. Giveaway items are limited. Beginning in the 7th inning, the replica Coliseum giveaway will be distributed outside gates A, B, C, and D, and outside the north and south entrances. It will be available for pickup until 1 hour after the conclusion of the game. Vouchers must be surrendered on redemption. Giveaway will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. Maybe this is an ignorant question. I don't know. Do they usually do giveaways on the way out of this? No. They're usually on the way in.
But not like that as a big announcement. I think it might just be, here's this on the way out.
Right. But I'm saying if it's, bobblehead night.
Right, it's on the way in.
It's on the way in.
And they're not gatekeeping how many they give away.
Yeah.
A voucher is crazy. To have a voucher in order to get a giveaway.
So you have a voucher, and then what? Did I read that right? You have to turn in the voucher within an hour?
Yeah, of the end of the game.
So
but
you get the voucher.
They'll probably be on the outside of the gate, so you do have to leave as opposed to get it and go back to your seat.
So you have to get the voucher, and then you have to get the voucher to the place to redeem the thing within an hour. So it's two separate things you got to do.
Oh, wouldn't the voucher be on the way in?
Oh, I don't know.
No, the voucher's on the way out.
Yeah.
Oh.
You have to give it to the ticket collector in order to. Why are we doing paper vouchers too? You have to give it to the ticket collector to get your replica Coliseum.
Just take your seat. People just take the seats.
By the way, at exits that are so hard to get out of that it's going to be absolutely packed like sardines.
I never thought you'd be able to say this as we take a break here, but John Fisher makes the Maloofs look like the Holt family who owns the Spurs. Like, I look back at how the Maloofs were compared to, at least to the fans.
Yeah.
They were angels compared, not California angels. Like, they were angels compared to John Fisher. That's how bad it is. Well, welcome to Sacramento, John Fisher. Cannot wait. We'll take a break when we
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Joel Embiid is rich. We'll tell you how rich next. Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost, or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
When it comes to fighting for families and protecting kids, no one works harder than our Assemblyman, Josh Hoover. A member of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, Hoover has worked across party lines and proposed tougher penalties for fentanyl crimes, stricter sentences for drug trafficking near schools, and RILA's law to make sure anyone who abuses a child is held accountable. A former school board member, Josh has fought to support school police officers, prohibit homeless encampments near schools, and increase funding for school facilities. Josh Hoover knows that families have been paying more for everything from gas and groceries to utilities and insurance. In the Assembly, Josh is working to provide relief to families, reduce the cost of housing, and stop Gavin Newsom from raising gas prices even more next year. Josh Hoover is making a difference for our families, our community, and our future. Our voice, our Assemblyman, Josh Hoover.
Paid for by Hoover for Assembly 2024.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports. Coming up on the 40th anniversary of the Sacramento Kings being here. And when you were at that first game having a couple beers, do you remember the energy?
Incredible. You probably do.
I do.
My only, I don't even, regret's not fair because I wasn't here, but I wish I could have gone to Arco 1. Never went there.
That place
saw it on TV.
Was special. 10,333.
It looked kind of funny with those little corner suites.
Totally. The First Interstate Bank signs in the corner, the little streamers for the crowd noise, the wooden floor. So you when people get to stomp, and you honestly, it was a cross between excitement and terror that the whole place was going to collapse.
I think that's what people don't understand. Like, Golden One's loud, but people don't understand Arco. Like, why was it so? It was the floor. Like,
it was the floor.
Because when you can stomp,
you could not hear.
Yeah.
It was so unique. Yeah. And by the way, not a ton to stomp for.
Yeah.
But we loved it. I still remember seeing the when they had their first practice at American River College. I still remember watching. It was like Channel 3 or Fox 40 or something, and people were like tailgating in the parking lot, like bringing them pies and stuff.
We're a unique city.
Yeah,
in many ways. 40 years.
40 years. Okay. Can I say one more thing, and then I'm going to move on?
Mm-hmm.
I really need to let this out. I really need to let this go. So, zebra. Right.
Oh, we're back to this.
Sorry. And last one. Dave, my aunt and uncle had lots of money. Pool, big house, Cadillac. Then my 18-year-old cousin was killed. Money meant little. Of course it didn't.
Right.
I get that. And I'm not trying to be insensitive. But bet you that 18-year-old had a very nice funeral with a great casket and a celebration of life afterwards. And that doesn't take
gone.
Of course, and that doesn't make it better. What I'm saying is Is there anybody that if you're going to deal with a tragedy, I know this, and some people might take this as insensitive. I'm just being honest. If you're going to deal with a tragedy, which you are in life, would you rather deal with a tragedy with all the money and means to cope as best you can with it, whether it's counseling, whether it's putting up family at nice hotels around you so they could stay for weeks and you could all be together and you don't have to worry about feeding everyone. You can hire somebody to come in and cater everyone to, or you still have the same tragedy. You're doing all the cooking. You're doing all the cleaning. Everybody's in bunk beds in your front room. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying if I'll use myself. I hope my parents are around for another 100 years. If my mom and dad were to die tomorrow, I certainly hope I would have the means to do everything I could for them, for my sister, for everything involved with it, and not be struggling and adding financial issues on top of the emotions you're dealing with. Money can't prevent unhappiness, but it sure as hell can make the unhappier times a little bit easier to deal with, in my opinion. In my opinion, I could be wrong. Which, by the way, Joel Embiid, for example, I wonder when he signed his $193 million extension with the 76ers this morning. You think he was like, and this is the pen he's using. This is the pen.
That's the official contract pen.
He was like, 193 million, 5 years. Ugh. I wish it was 5 years and 100 million. This is too much money. I'm maybe it was originally a 5 year, $393 million extension. He was like, nah, money can't buy happiness. Of course, Joel Embiid's like, I'm rich. He was already rich. I'm richer now. My great grandkids, Joel Embiid the fourth, is going to have, he's going to go to whatever school he wants. They're all going to private schools. He is generationally wealthy. Does he? Well, I'm not going to say does he deserve 5 year 301 because he's getting it. Of course he deserves it. Is he worth that? Is Joel Embiid?
He's got an MVP, one of the best centers in the league.
He does. And he's, I will say this about Joel Embiid and then we'll break some because I think sometimes we forget about it. And I try to bring it up at least once a year. I'm old enough to remember when Joel Embiid, we were worried he would never play.
Yeah.
When he came out of college hurt.
His first couple of years.
His first couple of years. Oh my God, he's a bust. And now look at him.
Yeah.
MVP, multiple time All-Star, Hall of Famer.
Well, now he's got Maxey and George, so it's time. It's time for them to break through.
He just signed a Maxey.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, Tyrese.
Hi, George.
Hey, we'll take a break. When we come back, hey, how about Dave Richard?
Let's do it.
Come on and give us a little fantasy football advice as you guys only in week 3, mind you, but are driving towards a fantasy football championship. And maybe perhaps you're doing that drive in a Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, or Ram. Man, I would hate having all this money where I could just go down there and buy every single car I wanted. That would be upsetting. I don't. Maybe you don't. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to be rich or famous to be able to afford vehicles. Wait, is that somebody else's tagline? That sounds, you don't have to be rich or famous. Just, yeah, where is that, Kyle? You said, don't say it on the air. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. It's a good tagline. But we're talking about Hoblet. Talking about Hoblet, not jewelry. And right now, Hoblet's got it going on for Ram Power Days. Hey, 2024 almost over, so they figured they'd get a head start with big savings on brand new 2025 Ram 1500s. Right now, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the brand new and very nicely updated 2025 Ram 1500s, starting as low as $37,780. That's right, you heard that. Next year's models, they're already giving $15,000 off. Plus all the upgrades Ram's made to the 1500s. This is the best Ram yet, no question. Test drive the best Ram truck yet at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center. See their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. We'll take a break when we come back. Dave Richard after this.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Have you heard you can listen to your favorite news podcasts ad-free? Good news! With Amazon Music, you have access to the largest catalog of ad-free top podcasts included with your Prime membership. Enjoy shows like The Daily, Up First, and Consider This, available ad-free on Amazon Music. To start listening, download the Amazon Music app for free or go to amazon.com/ad-free. That's amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha.
Did your boobs stop working?
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross. Christopher Laud hungover this morning, probably. Recovering from a birthday extravaganza that he deserves. And that's fine, because we got Kyle in here. And all is well that ends well. John Party tickets coming up shortly, but right now, from CBS Sports and the great state of Florida, USA, you can see him, hear him, talk to him, chat with him, tweet him, and so many other things, which we'll find out specifics at the end of the thing here. So stay tuned. The fantasy guru, the smartest man in the world when it comes to fantasy football, and maybe a couple other things. The one, the only, Dave Richard. Good morning.
What's up, Dave? How are your fantasy teams doing?
Well, I don't mind telling you. The one league I was really pissed
for over a decade. So
the one league that I was really ticked about because Josh Allen and CeeDee Lamb and Richard Jefferson, Justin Jefferson were all there and overbid for, and I had to fill in the blanks. Number one team in the league, number one in scoring, 2-0. And this is the league I never win. So, yeah, and you may remember me bringing this up. My good friend in there turned down after week one, turned down my offer for CeeDee Lamb for Christian McCaffrey straight up. And, life's good there so far.
Good. You got to keep it up and stay vigilant on the waiver wire. Make sure that all of your bench spots, there's a why behind each player is there. And otherwise, just set your lineups as best you can. Hopefully, everyone stays healthy.
Well, I will actually run that into. I'll ask you a question about my team, but I think this is a question you're probably getting a lot this week. I had told you that my running back situation was not great. I did pick up Kareem Hunt. I know a lot of people didn't. I mean, again, this is a 12-team league this is a tough league. So I'm hoping I got something there. Miles Sanders is on my bench, but the guy I'm starting this week because I have no other choice. It's either Sanders, Kareem Hunt, which of course, or Ty Chandler of the Vikings, and he and Aaron Jones, or if you're a Ty Chandler owner, do you have a glimmer of hope that this could turn into something?
Yeah, because Aaron Jones, you got a glimpse of him getting hurt last week, and he left the game, and Chandler came in, and he did all right, and he had a good rushing average against what I think is still a good 49ers run defense. And it's another tough challenge this week because we don't know if Kareem Hunt's going to play, and even if he does, how much will he play, how effective will he be, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's an easy decision for you to go with Chandler and just hope that you can squeeze out 7 fantasy points. Maybe you'll get really lucky with him. But he does have a chance with Aaron Jones. Listen, Aaron Jones is an older running back. He's good when he plays, but when he gets hurt, obviously he's terrible. He's done that each of the past few seasons. And he's certainly a candidate to be Wally pipped by Chandler. So that's the reason why you've got Chandler on your team. And in this case, this is why you're starting him in week 3.
Dave, how about we kind of alluded to it, and Dave brought up Kareem Hunt. So the Chiefs, that offense, I think everybody wants pieces of that offense. But the running game with Pacheco being hurt, is Steele, is Hunt, is there something else there that's worth monitoring?
Well, Samaje Perine is worth monitoring. And what I would expect to see this week is Carson Steele is the rundowns back, Perine helping him out, and also taking all the passing downs work, playing in the 2-minute offense. And if Kareem Hunt is active, then my guess is that he would back up both those guys. And if something happened to one of those guys, he would come in and play. But I think in time, it's going to be Kareem Hunt, who's the best running back in Kansas City. There are 2 jobs that you must be able to do well to be a running back in Kansas City. Job number 1 is pass protect for Patrick Mahomes, because you have to. And number 2 is cashing in at the goal line, converting those short yardage runs. And you'd think that Steele can do that. And he has. He's been like that guy in He-Man. Do you remember Ram Man, Dave, from He-Man?
Heck yes, I remember Ram Man and Tila and Man at Arms. Absolutely.
I didn't ask about the other people. I just asked about Ram Man. I don't want to get into a whole He-Man conversation.
Power of Grayskull. Okay, I got you. Okay.
derailed the show.
You triggered me,
but
man.
That's what Carson Steele reminds me of. Converted fullback, physical guy, can run straight ahead, can break tackles, but he's got a fumbling issue that goes back to his college days, and he's not a particularly explosive running back. And I think the Falcons' run defense is actually pretty good. So I think in time, so I don't love Steele this week, but in time, I think Kareem Hunt's going to be the best running back for the Chiefs.
Dave Richard joining us. Let's talk about my 49ers. I just checked the injury wire earlier with Jason. I believe everybody on the Niners is out this weekend. Kittle, McCaffrey, Debo. Who, let me just say, let me put it this way, because how did I put it earlier? What 49er, in your opinion, went from an X rating to a Y rating with the highest jump based on those offensive players being out?
Ayuk went to a top 20-ish wide receiver to a top 10 wide receiver. Okay. That's kind of obvious. Okay. And Jordan Mason's already been now, he's running away as a number one fantasy running back because he's got this great role that McCaffrey is leaving for him. And there's no one else that's really taking Mace off the field. But Ayuk now, listen, there's no Kittle, there's no Deebo Samuel. You've got Jawan Jennings to throw to, maybe Juszczyk out of the backfield a little bit along with Mason. I don't think Braden Willis or Eric Selbert are going to go and be good options in the passing game. There isn't another wide receiver that I'm confident in or that I would recommend for fantasy managers. I think this is a great spot for Brandon Ayuk to not come close to scoring a touchdown like he has in the first 2 weeks of the season, but actually catch a touchdown in this matchup against the Rams. And listen, man, this Rams team, it is not a fair representation of who they are. They're without their best receivers. They're without the interior of their offensive line, basically. Their defense isn't that good. They're missing pieces there. I think the 49ers can bop them. I think they'll be able to do what they want. And I think Brandon Ayuk can go and have a monster game. And that means that Brock Purdy is a decent start this week. I don't think he has the same type of ceiling as other quarterbacks around the league. Like I'd start Goff over him, start Geno Smith over him. Wow. But I do think that this is an opportunity for the 49ers really to get right on both sides of the ball after taking a loss last week on the road.
If you're struggling with receivers, obviously, if you've got an injury or you're in a giant league and all the receivers are gone, do you see any boom potential with a Jawan Jennings?
Sure. For this week, if you're in a pinch and you need somebody who, in theory, can pick up 5-6 targets and maybe they could find the touchdown, he would be in that range. But I want to give you some other wide receivers who I have ranked ahead of him because you might be able to find these guys on your waiver wire. And I think they'll be better, not just for this week, but potentially rest of season. Quentin Johnston with the Chargers. He's really impressed the first 2 weeks of the season. Doesn't look like the same bumbling rookie that he was last year. And eventually the Chargers will get into games where they're going to have to throw. Quentin Johnson can be that guy. I think both the wide receivers in Carolina, Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen, could come alive, maybe more so in PPR than non-PPR, with Andy Dalton under center. Darnell Mooney could end up being the number 2 target getter for the Falcons. He's been their big play guy, but he might be able to contribute more in short area roles. And Demarcus Robinson with the Rams, who is probably like their best wide receiver right now. This is somebody who has played with Matthew Stafford. Stafford trusts him. Matchup against the 49ers, I think they're going to have to throw a lot. I think those throws will be short, but Robinson can pick them up and maybe do some things after the catch. Other guys for like short week options, Jalen Naylor with the Vikings, Greg Dortch with the Cardinals, Dontavian Wicks with the Packers, Jalen Tolbert with the Cowboys could end up being somebody who ends up being their number 2 target getter among wide receivers.
Dave, I know you've always told us to never to overreact too much just a couple weeks in, but man, the Saints, 40-plus points in each week. I don't think they were probably that many popular picks amongst what they could do offensively. How much should we try to get on that Saints train if there are still people available out there?
Well, I mean, first of all, we all knew this was coming because what does Derek Carr do? Year in and year out, he's a superstar, right?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Look, the key to this offense has been their offensive line, first and foremost. They've done an excellent job protecting Derek Carr. He was sacked once last week. He took on Micah Parsons and the Cowboys. That's not easy to do. The second thing is that this offense has changed dramatically. They went to Clint Kubiak as their play caller, and he's been designing things that the Saints haven't done honestly, in the last 2 decades. I mean, they're using motion a ton, play action more, and Carr's taking deep shots, and he's always kind of done that, but now he's just like super effective with it. He's throwing more confidently. He's got good poise. You can see that when you watch him play. I think they're for real. And so Carr has entered the conversation as a top 12 fantasy quarterback. I think he's going to have to throw this week against Philadelphia. Kamara is a stud. You know what to do with him. I think Chris Olave's best games are ahead of him, especially if defenses start to respect what Rashid Shaheed has done the first 2 weeks of the season. Shaheed's got unbelievable speed. If you've watched him play, he runs past everybody. Like, he's up there. He's got to be close to the same type of speed as like Tank Dell, Jamison Williams, maybe not Tyreek Hill, but he's in that range, and he's finally making catches along with it. And if defenses start to respect that, and I would guess that Philadelphia will, that'll open things up underneath for Chris Olave, who's no slouch himself. He's got outstanding speed and can make plays after the catch. So I think the best is coming for him. Shaheed is a good flex play, maybe even a low-end number 2 wide receiver for this week. And I can't really get a grip on the tight end situation in New Orleans between Juwan Johnson, Foster Moreau, and Taysom Hill. I think I would still put my chips on Taysom Hill to be the best tight end there, even though he's not really used like a tight end. But his role's changed. He's not stealing short yardage touchdowns anymore. But I do think he'll get involved in the passing game. Another guy who would benefit from defenses playing that 2-deep safety shell and forcing the Saints to take underneath throws.
Dave Richard joining us. Some questions from the audience. Loyal listener John wants to know, Scary Terry or Thomas Jr. at the third wide receiver spot?
It's closer than you think between those two because Brian Thomas Jr. has just, when he's gotten opportunities, he's been one of the fastest guys on the field for his team. I still have McLaurin higher against the Bengals, but it's close between those two. They're like 5 spots apart in my wide receiver rankings.
Okay, that's lightning around here. Drake London or Malik Neighbors or Demarcus Robinson, 2 of 3 they can play.
I'll sit Robinson of those 3, but Neighbors is my favorite of the group.
Ford or Brian Robinson?
Brian Robinson.
Okay, Baker Mayfield and Jaden Daniels. Who should start this week? Also, this person can pick up Joe Burrow on waivers. Okay.
What?
What is
Deepak Chopra?
It's a 2-person league. What do you do there? Mayfield, Daniels, or pick up Burrow? Well, you pick up Burrow anyways, yes. Right? But
yeah, I thought you said something completely different than Joe Burrow, which is why I said Deepak Chopra. But yes, if you're in a league where you can add Joe Burrow and start Joe Burrow, I question what that league is like. Hey, it is what it is. Joe Burrow is a must start this week.
Chris Olave or Chris Godwin? Godwin.
Godwin over Olave.
I always want to call him Olave because I see olive. It's like the David.
No, it's Olave. I have a crazy story that'll bore you.
Oh, please.
About Chris Olave.
Yeah. Well, you can't say that and then not expect us to want to be bored.
I'm a 13-year-old dude in suburban Chicago making like homemade silly videos with my friends. And one of my friends ends the video by waving into the camera and saying Olave. This is like 1992. Okay. So for whatever reason, that stuck in our friend group that Olave meant goodbye. And now here's Chris Olave as a thing in the National Football League.
Wait, does Olave really mean goodbye?
Ever.
Does Olave mean goodbye in the language?
No, we made that up for like the stupidest, like dopey video that like teenage dudes make. I think we were pretending to like sell starter caps.
Nice.
Like we were walking around with like a dozen starter hats on our heads.
Any chance you still have this video somewhere?
It's unlikely.
We'd love to show
I
it.
know, we need it.
I'd love to see it. But it ends with him waving to the camera and going, Olave.
Olave.
That's a great nickname for if a wide receiver's last name meant goodbye in a different. That's pretty awesome. If you have goodbye on the back of your jersey. Finally, Devontae Adams, Rashid Shaheed, Devontae Smith, or Jackson Smith. I never know.
I think I want to let you keep pronouncing names.
I don't know. I'm good.
Run the names past me one more time, please.
Devontae Adams, Rashid Shaheed, Devontae Smith, or JSN.
Smith and Adams.
Okay.
The Devontaes.
The Devontaes?
Yeah.
Oh,
right. The Devontaes stick together.
Mount Devontae more.
Devontae means start.
Right. Yeah. Where can we see, hear, touch, and feel you, Dave?
I told you it was a boring story, and you managed to turn it into a fun story.
It's a great story.
You're great at it.
Yeah.
Listen, we just got done recording our Friday episode. It's start sit for all the NFC home games. We've got a whole other episode that we recorded yesterday. Start sit for the AFC home games. We touch on every single player. Start sit decisions to help you make confident decisions in your fantasy league. Go to youtube.com, search for Fantasy Football Today, and subscribe to the Fantasy Football Today podcast right there on YouTube. It streams every morning at like 5:30 for you guys out in Cali.
Someone wants to know if we've ever played the game The Floor is Olave. So that's going to keep going for a while. David, good luck this weekend in all 700 of your leagues. Thank you as always for your lovely advice. Good luck on the TV. Hey, did you did you get to 100,000 subscribers yet?
We did. We actually had a celebration video.
Hey, you get one of them big silver plaques.
We had a celebration video last night. We answered 100 questions before the Thursday night game.
Oh, were they all
I
football?
wore a tux for the occasion.
You did?
I did.
All right. Well, appreciate you and Olave.
Olave, brother.
That's not going to get old.
Yeah.
I think every show is going to be, we say Olave at the end.
That's right.
1-800-920-1140 right now. John Party returns to Shoreline Amphitheater next Friday. So he's in Wheatland tonight. He's at Shoreline next week. That's what's going on. We want you to get in the building, kiddos. All you have to do is hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now. Again, 1-800-920-1140. We're looking for caller number
2. Be quick. 222
to score that pair of tickets to check out John Party. That's a big party on his Mr. Saturday Night World Tour, courtesy of Live Nation. Caller number 2 right now. We'll take a break, just a 1-minute break, by the way. When we come back, 3 for Madness next. It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Silverado Savings Spectacular now at Maida Chevy with $13,000 off MSRP. Every new Silverado half-ton LTZ in stock after rebates. $12,500 off every Silverado half-ton High Country after rebate. And $11,000 off all new Silverado half-ton RSTs exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Whatever Silverado you choose, you'll save thousands at Maida Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/30/24.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, we got a big show planned for you still. We're going to talk Shohei Ohtani next. Is he the greatest of all time?
Yeah.
We're also going to talk to Sean Salisbury, who's normally Tuesdays. But
is he the greatest of all time?
Is he the greatest of all time? He'll join us at 8. Little double dose of Sean Friday, and then back to his normal spot next Tuesday. Greg Papa at 9. And then it says Kyle's Friday Fun and Games.
What?
Because once again, Jason's got to leave early.
Does this guy ever work?
I mean, I got to go to New York for the broadcast meetings. I've got to leave and get on a plane and fly to beautiful Texas for the Sac State game.
I think Dave just loves my Friday Fun and Games.
What are you up to today, Kyle? Or can you say?
It's a surprise.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's a surprise to Dave. I'll tell you in the break.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, keep Dave guessing.
All right.
Be afraid, Dave. Be very afraid.
I'm always very afraid with Kyle. 3 for Madness. Question 1, please.
But I'm your friend.
No.
Question 1. Who will be the highest ranked team to lose this weekend in college football?
Oh, gee. We've got on the list number 6, Tennessee versus number 15, Oklahoma. Number 11, USC versus number 18, Michigan. And number 12, Utah versus number 14, Oklahoma State. Just to make it clear, Michigan is hosting UCLA.
USC?
Them too. Sorry, because I'm looking here. UCLA is at LSU. I was right below there.
That is a giant point spread, too.
Oklahoma, yeah, it is.
You watch it.
LSU 22.5. Utah's at Oklahoma State. OK State favored by 2.5. And Tennessee is at Oklahoma, but Tennessee is a 6.5 point favorite. Jason, for a couple of reasons, I'm going to take Tennessee as the team that loses. Number one, they're at Oklahoma.
Okay.
But number two, it's just karma. You want to put in that ticket price, NIL increase, garbage. Hope you lose every game. Screw you, Tennessee.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to pick Michigan to beat USC, Michigan hasn't wowed me. I think you're right. I'll go with that one as well. Oklahoma over Tennessee. Utah's always tough. They're super physical. I don't know that Oklahoma State will beat them. So of those three matchups, give me number 6 Tennessee to be the one to upset.
Number 2.
Question 2.
All right. Which 0-2 team has a better chance of winning this weekend? Is it the decimated with injury Rams against the 49ers or Andy Dalton's Panthers against the Raiders?
How does that sound? Andy Dalton's Panthers.
I actually have gone back and forth on this because the Rams are at home and the Niners have 3 major players out. I just don't know. I can't see Carolina beating the Raiders. It's tough for me to see that.
Why?
Because I think Carolina is terrible, and I think the Raiders' defense is really good, and I think Gardner Minshew can do just enough. Plus, we haven't really seen – I mean, Zamir White hasn't been terrible, but we haven't really seen him have a crazy breakout game again.
But is part of the Panthers' terrible been Bryce Young?
That's the thing.
And maybe just a steady Andy Dalton will be better.
Isn't it kind of – am I missing something here? But when was it? Was it Monday they announced that Andy Dalton is starting and Bryce Young's
might have
benched,
been Tuesday.
Okay, might have been Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why'd they announce that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Just do it.
What is the point?
Yeah.
It's not an injury thing. You don't have to report it.
I don't know, to tell your own team, but I guess you could do that without announcing
do that privately.
It. Yeah.
Why not just give Dalton maybe some people will pick up that he's had the first team reps.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe you split their reps. Why would you not? Because, by the way, this just in, Andy Dalton and Bryce Young are 2 completely different styled quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Even though Bryce Young's been sucking, he is you have to prep for different things. And you talk about the gamesmanship with Jordan Mason and Christian McCaffrey, and the NFL is all about that gamesmanship. How insanely stupid do you have to be as a coaching staff to announce to your opponent and giving them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra days to prepare, hey, we're completely switching quarterbacks, as opposed to, breaking news from Jay Glazer 5 minutes before game time. Bryce Young is getting benched. It's just so stupid. That being said, there is something about new quarterback. We've seen Dalton do this before. Yeah. We've seen a ton of the Matt Flynn's of the world, the Matt Schaub's of the world. And then I feel like there was another Matt for the Seahawks or Packers or somebody that did this for a while.
That was Flynn.
Matt Flynn. Yeah. Matt Schaub. Is there another Matt that did something like that?
Hasselbeck?
Maybe. We've seen this a lot. I don't think either the Niners or the Raiders are going to lose, to be clear. But if you told me one was going to, I think it would be the Raiders. And I think I'm wrong. Yeah. I think the Raiders will win.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's the exact – I mean, I think there's probably more of an avenue. I think if the Rams were healthy, it's a different conversation. But that they're as injured, if not more impactful than the 49ers are, believe it or not. I just think that as a team, the Niners are just better anyway. So – it would be the Panthers. I don't think the Raiders are necessarily going to overlook them. We know this is the way the league works. It's week to week. It's matchups. The Panthers have been bad, but that can change in 1 week, and maybe just the change of quarterback will do a little boost. I'm not picking it to happen, but I would pick of the 2 options, I'd pick the Panthers.
Number 3.
Question 3.
By the way, have we gotten anywhere with MC yet? I haven't seen about. Do we? I guess
I'm working on it. I don't know how to unban people, but I don't know what Chris did yesterday.
All right. Well, Chris probably still asleep. That's bothering me though. I want him back in.
I'm trying. At the very least, make a new Gmail account.
Maybe what I'll do is the next time I want to give him the day off, he gets like one get out of jail free card next time.
I'm still trying to work on it.
All right. Number 3, please.
All right. Which 2-0 NFL team do you feel most confident will be 3-0 at the end of the weekend? Your choices are Buffalo, the Chargers, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Houston, Minnesota. Those 2 play each other. Seattle, New Orleans, and Tampa Bay.
So the Bills are hosting the Jags Monday night. The Chiefs are at Atlanta. The Seahawks host the Dolphins. Let's see. Chargers, Steelers. Saints host the Eagles. Texans, Vikings. Yeah, I think there's a clear cut here. The Buccaneers host the Broncos. The Bucs are 2-0. I mean, there's a couple here. I think Seattle will beat Miami. And I think the Chiefs will beat the Falcons. But I have a tough time seeing the Broncos going in and beating them.
Who was Buffalo playing, you said?
Buffalo is hosting the 0-2 Jaguars. And the line on that is Buffalo by 5. Where are you, Broncos? The Buccaneers are hosting the Broncos. Yeah. So I don't. Denver's just not very good.
Well, it's interesting that a couple of comments mentioned that they, a couple play each other. Also, Pittsburgh and the Chargers. So one of them is going to get to 3-0, barring my favorite, the tie in the NFL. Tampa's got the best spread. They've been good. Baker, how about him so far? Like Baker Mayfield's been really good.
Baker Mayfield's been
what a resurgence from last year even into this year.
So this is insane, but somebody posted a comparison. It was through, where are you, Baker Mayfield? It was through the same amount of things. It was like through their first 90 games or 91 games, because that's how many Mayfield's played. And it showed Mayfield versus Drew Brees. Mayfield's got him in most cases. Wow. Like that's now, granted, the first part of Drew Brees, the San Diego version of Drew Brees' career is certainly not the New Orleans version, but also the Cleveland, Carolina Rams version.
Right.
It's a great story. It's a great story. It was a great story last year, and I absolutely love seeing it. We'll take a break. When we come back, Shohei Ohtani yesterday becomes the first 50-50 member ever, and immediately broke his own record. He's now the first 51-51 member. We'll talk about him, and just quite simply, is Shohei Ohtani the greatest baseball player to ever live? We'll talk about that next.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Kern in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We are looking at plenty of sunshine across the area today. Morning lows will be starting out in the upper 50s with highs this afternoon topping out in the low 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The last 6 Sacramento Rivercats games of the 25th anniversary season are packed with promotions and theme nights. Join us for Hispanic Heritage Night on September 17th, the Rivercats golfer hat giveaway on September 20th, our inaugural Harry Potter night on September 21st, and cap off the homestand with Fan Appreciation Day for the final game of the season on Sunday, September 22nd. Make your way to the ballpark for a farewell to the Rivercats of 2024. Visit rivercats.com to purchase tickets today.
The TaylorMade Tour Van is a one-stop shop for PGA Tour players to get their clubs to exact specifications. And now you can get the same experience at Hagen Oaks when the TaylorMade Tour Van brings their fitting skills to you. On September 20th and 21st, you can be fitted at Hagen Oaks and have your clubs built by the TaylorMade Tour Van. A $25 fitting fee is refundable with any club purchase. Whether you're interested in the QI-10 or P770, call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 to reserve your spot. When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered FlexSteel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports.
You ever see a bowl of Cocoa Puffs, Jason, with chocolate milk?
Of course. Oh.
1-800-920-1140, 916-339-1140. It's chocolate. Shohei Ohtani. Now, I want to disclose a few things before we have this conversation, okay? And this works because we're about to talk baseball. I try my best to call balls and strikes on this show. If the Kings, for example, are doing bad things, I want to call it out. If my Niners are sucking, I mean, almost to the point where sometimes I'm harder on my own teams. I'm a lifelong Giants fan, and I'm a Barry Bonds guy. Through and through. Not that I agree with everything Barry Bonds ever did. Not that I think he was the nicest guy in the world when he played. But my credentials are orange and black and Barry. Okay, so I am a Giants fan. I am a Barry Bonds fan. Now let's let that go for a second. And wait, hold on a second. What is today? Today is the. Do we not? Hey, Kyle, did we not download the World of Sports from yesterday? Okay, could we do that, please? That'd be great. You gonna try? Do you hold on a second? Hey, come back. Do you not know how to?
I have been told how to, but it involves like putting the computer to sleep, and so I'm trying to not make it so that we get locked out of the computer. So
how does Chris do it?
He knows how to do it. He explained it to me one time, but I haven't done it myself.
All right. Let's make sure you know how to do it next time you film. That's really, it's not blaming you. I'm just saying that's kind of an important thing.
No, for sure. It's different than how we used to do it.
I got you. Well, we anyways. All right. Well, then I will go back here as I run through to our daily audio, which is, Jason, it's super easy to get to.
Oh, it
it's only
is
17 clicks away. Because I want to play an Ohtani highlight. There we go.
On a 1-2, Ohtani sends one in the air. The other way. Back it goes. Gone!
One-of-a-kind player. One-of-a-kind season. Shohei Ohtani starts the 50-50 club.
They would go on to also start he's in a lot of clubs, man. What is he rushing for a fraternity? 51 home runs, 51 stolen bases. He had 2 yesterday, 6 for 6, 10 RBI, 3 home runs, 4 runs scored. Again, 2 stolen bases. It's arguably, with apologies to Mark Whitten, with apologies to Sean Green, hell, with apologies to Fernando Tatis Sr., 2 grand slams in the same inning, it's probably all considered, along with the 50-50s, the greatest day a player has ever had offensively. But now the question is this, Jason. You've got a guy who is the reigning AL MVP. He is the very presumptive, I mean, like pretty much guaranteed NL MVP, going from the AL to the NL in consecutive years and winning an MVP is insane. Every year that he has played over 130 games, in fact, the least amount of games he's played is 106, where he had 18 homers and 62 RBI. He only played 44 games the next year. That was a COVID year. He's had 95, 95, and 120 RBI his last 3 years. He has had 34, 44, and 51 home runs his last 3 years. He has had 11, 20, and now 51 stolen bases. And he's dealing with a broken wrist thingy or whatever he's got, where he can't pitch this year. That alone is insane. But I think, and I acknowledge that there's two different arguments. There is who has had the greatest career of all time, and Shohei Ohtani has not had the greatest career of all time.
Right.
And I think separately, who is the greatest baseball player of all time? I would say Shohei Ohtani. Now, I'm not saying you feel this way or not, but let's say you and I are talking, and I say, hey, it's Shohei Ohtani. Give me 1, 2, or 3, whatever comes to your mind, the ones that you would say, well, what about this guy?
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds is, I think, by far the number one that would be a comeback. And then who else? Any other nominees there, or is it really Bonds?
Mays, Aaron.
Okay.
I mean, some of the legends of hitting, right?
And I would respond the same way to Bonds, Mays, and Aaron. Well, specifically Bonds, because I believe Bonds is the greatest offensive player of all time. And I think that's, the whole steroid thing, which you can choose to acknowledge or not. But I would say this, and I have said this in response to the Barry Bonds thing. I agree that Barry Bonds is the greatest offensive player of all time. I believe that even though Shohei Ohtani is 52 of 52 and may go 55 of 55 for all we know, I think it's a wonderful argument to see who had the better year. The Bonds is 2002 year or this year?
Yeah, I was actually just looking at Bonds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's stupid.
Jeez.
Like from 2000 to 2004.
Yeah.
He was 35 to 39.
Yeah.
Every year, his low was 306. He batted 372, 362. So 10 years from now, Shohei Ohtani would have to hit like 360.
Right.
Hit 45 homers and knock in 100 in 10 years from now.
It's ridiculous. He was, Jason.
That's the back end of his career.
I think the most banana stat I've ever seen in baseball is that Barry Bonds 1 year in a full season reached base in more times than he had official at bats.
Yeah, he led in walks all 5 of those years, won the batting title. Like the hitter he became at the end of his career is amazing.
I would say Barry Bonds is the greatest offensive player of all time. Okay. I would say you could argue that Ohtani, again, I'm talking about single seasons and second, third, fourth base, somewhere there.
Yeah.
But then my response to the Barry Bonds fans, of which I am one, is very simple. How many times did Barry Bonds start an All-Star game as a pitcher?
Okay.
How many wins did Barry have as a pitcher? How many strikeouts did Barry have as a pitcher? I think when you bring in Ohtani's ability to pitch at an all-star level, which he has done, to me personally, that ends the argument.
Okay.
He's the greatest player of all time.
So here's I don't know. It's like I'm pushing back on somebody
I get it.
Doesn't even feel. At one point, though, like if we go to Mays, but more specifically Bonds, because I don't know when Gold Glove started. Bonds has 8 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's another very integral part of the sport is defense. And so it's different. It's not pitching. I get it. It's totally different.
Totally.
But the other pushback would be, what if Shohei doesn't pitch again? I think he will. What if he never pitches again? He's still going to go down as one of the greatest offensive players if he keeps doing this.
Sure.
But part of the charm, too, is he's doing something nobody has done. Yeah, Babe Ruth did it. Well, he did. Shohei's done it better.
This is where.
So does he stay as, in your mind, the great, like if he doesn't pitch another inning, even though I feel like that's a faulty thing because I think he will.
This is where I start, and again, against my own guy in Bonds, but this is where I start arguing in ways that that piss myself off. Because everything you said is 100% correct. I would just say this, and I'm pretty sure you and I are very similar. Maybe, I said the most banana stat I've ever seen was Bonds with, I think maybe close to that is also is also a Barry Bonds stat as far as being bananas. Because you said Barry Bonds has 8 Gold Gloves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Barry Bonds was not a particularly great left fielder. He was good.
Yeah, I think by the end he was.
Look, Barry, this is getting really nerdy. This is like, and I apologize, but this is, I've done a lot of deep dives on like the Derek Jeter thing, right? Derek, the captain, amazing. I will take nothing away from him. Not the best shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
What Derek Jeter did is he covered his position very well, but compared to other shortstops and their range, like for example, Ozzie Smith, took away tons of hits. Derek Jeter was very good in his little square, and there's numbers to back that up. With Barry Bonds was very good at, catching the ball, doing the good outfielder stuff for the most part. He had no arm. You remember Sid Bream at home plate when Barry was young and with the Pirates, and he bounced it to deep short, and Jim Rome always had fun with that. Barry did not have a great arm. Barry did not have, Andrew Jones to me is a Gold Glove outfielder. Andrew Jones ran like a gazelle and caught everything. Barry was really, I always, again, as a Bonds guy, when somebody brings up Barry's 8 Gold Gloves, and you're right, but I go, really? That being said, that doesn't take away your point. I think, Jason, we go back to if your question was if Ohtani never pitched again.
Mm-hmm.
So I go back to,
because then it's apples to apple, right? Then it's just hitting.
Yes.
And now, in fairness to Shohei, you got to let his career. If he keeps doing 50-50, oh my goodness.
So because I think if Shohei, my opinion, if Shohei Ohtani never, I don't think Shohei Ohtani is going to catch Barry Bonds in offense ever.
I
don't think so at all. I don't know that will be particularly close. I think purely offensively, Barry Bonds has such a lead on him, and Ohtani is not as good.
Yeah.
But let me go back to you saying, what if he never pitched again? So again, I struggle with the right way to say this.
Right.
Because I still think the year before last, Shohei Ohtani was 15-9. He started the All-Star game. He had a 2.33 ERA. He had 219 strikeouts and 166 innings. That was in 2022. Jason, on top of that, Shohei Ohtani that same year batted 273 with 34 home runs, 95 RBI, and quit jumping around on me, stupid. And had 11 stolen bases.
Yeah.
There's never been another year like that.
I just think it's really important for careers to finish, and here would be, I think, my best example.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty certain I even heard on this very show you and friend Kyle Madsen debating about Mike Trout.
Yes.
Mike Trout had about a 6-year window that WAR, stats, like people were saying, is he the greatest baseball player of all time?
Right.
He was tracking that.
Yes. So was Pujols at one point, who still had a great career.
Yeah.
Wonderful career.
I mean, right now we can't see that happening to Shohei Ohtani. I did not see that happening to Mike Trout.
Sure.
Injuries, things derail, blah, blah, blah. And you go, he's still great.
Still great.
But now we feel, don't we all feel differently about Mike Trout today than 4 years ago?
We 100% do. And Mike Trout is not the greatest offensive player of all time, and he won't be the greatest offensive player
But he was tracking that.
But he was tracking that. So Jason, how do you explain the difference between, I believe Shohei Ohtani had the greatest year in baseball history in 2022 when he basically made the All-Star team as a pitcher and a hitter. I know that doesn't make him the greatest of all time, but in one aspect, it makes him the greatest of all time, but just for a year. How do you differentiate? And you don't have to agree that was the greatest year of all time, but I'm saying it certainly wasn't the greatest offensive year of all time, but
nor the greatest pitching,
nor the greatest,
pair them together.
So you got two players in one that were both all-star caliber. No, that to me is unique and has never been duplicated. Don't hand me tungsten arm Medwick.
Well, even Babe Ruth. But again, the numbers, they're not close on pitching 100%. And hitting at the same time.
And by the way, baseball is the one sport where I actually do buy into the whole plumbers and, like a little bit there. Yeah. So I don't know how to differentiate between, there's like the G-Pote and the G-Coat, the greatest player of all time and the greatest career of all time. And I think Shohei Ohtani has had the greatest year ever. And if you were to take everybody's best,
and you're saying that year's better than this, the 2020, the pitching.
I think combined, I do.
That's interesting.
I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah. I think it's certainly not as good offensively as what he's doing right now. But I think the fact that he's able to fill the ace position or the number, on the Angels, he was the ace. On top of that, he's your ace and he's also your offensive captain. To me, that's godlike.
Yeah.
But I know this, Shohei Ohtani could retire today. He'd be a Hall of Famer. And he's been in the league for
6 years.
This is his 7th year.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. When we come back, the Jets beat the Pats I have audio here, but I don't know. I don't know.
We'll recreate.
Yeah, we'll do all the calls ourselves. We'll talk about that. And what about this big hug? The hug that wasn't between Rodgers and Robert Saleh? Is there trouble? And he tried to hug, and he didn't hug, and then he gave him a look, and I don't know. We'll talk about that next.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Since you probably can't afford your own sports psychologist, Golf Monthly's Fergus Bissett offers 5 golf psychology tips to help you play better. First, stay in the present. If your mind is ahead of you, how can you focus on the shot at hand? Second, every shot is a new challenge. The objective of every shot is to get the ball in the hole in the least amount of strokes. Go do it. 3, the past is the past. Many of us dwell on the past. Not good. Clear your mind and move on to the next shot. 4, never surrender. Some give up on their rounds too quickly. Your fortunes on the course can change with one swing or one decent break. Lastly, stay positive on the greens. If you're having one of those days where the putts don't drop, focus on the positives. If you're putting on your intended line, that's a good thing. Keep it up and they'll begin to fall. And remember, it's a game, so go out there and have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2. What was I thinking? And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael. I want to close your eyes for this. Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Chad, what's happening for Jeep Adventure Days?
Right now, save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs, starting as low as $28,715. These are some of the most fun cars you'll ever drive, and there's just a handful left, so don't wait and miss your chance.
Any other big deals?
Save money and gas when you save up to $17,000 off MSRP on all remaining new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs, which get up to 56 MPGE.
Don't miss this savings. See their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period.
12,000 total net savings after 3420 factory rebates and 8580 dealer discount. Rebates may include 500 trade-in assistance. Must have qualifying trade-in. 17,000 total net savings after 4250 factory rebates and 12,750 dealer discount. Rebates include 3750 federal EV tax credit offered by third parties subject to change without notice. Consult a tax professional for eligibility. 5H net savings. See dealer for details.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
A reminder that Sean Salisbury is coming up in just a few moments at the top of the hour. Get us ready for more Week 3 action. Started last night with I don't even think it was that thrilling of a Week 3 Thursday night game, but a win for the Jets. America's darling right now.
It was thrilling for Jets fans.
It was. For those that picked him in the survivor pool.
Oh, did you?
Already threw.
Me? How?
Yeah.
Here's Alan Lazard.
Short shot, quick throw, good move, and despite hanging on to the shirt into the end zone goes Alan Lazard.
Alan Lazard, old friend of Aaron Rodgers. New friend of Aaron Rodgers. Makes it 21-3.
Here's the fake, the throw, caught, staying inbounds, yes, touchdown. Garrett Wilson.
Team back in this game, jumps it, and if he does get there, he maybe has a chance, but that ball is, again, not to be a broken record, perfectly thrown to the outside, away from the defender.
Also, the Jets, look, I'm happy for, I always have an affinity for the little brother, the Angels, the White Sox, the Mets, the Jets, the Clippers, the overshadowed. And Jets fan, like, I don't have any dog in the fight with the Jets, but, you also have a fan base that has known a lot of,
for sure.
Basically, let's go get a GD snack was probably the highlight of their last 20 years.
And the butt fumble.
But here's some stuff for you, Jason. The Jets picked up 17 first downs in the first half. They had more than that only 4 times in an entire game last season. Aaron Rodgers was 27-35 with 281 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, and a 118.9 passer rating. The Jets get their first win at home versus New England in 9 years. At home versus New England.
Thanks, Tom Brady.
One other thing. The Jets had over 400 yards of offense. Their time of possession was over 40 minutes. No turnovers.
Yeah.
No touchdowns allowed.
Domination.
They had over 7 sacks. No other NFL team has done that in the Super Bowl era. So there's some stuff to pick up on, but that's all overshadowed by the hug that wasn't. One point during the game after a touchdown, the Jets go up by 2 scores. That was their big point of emphasis. Let's go up by 2 scores. Let's give the defense some room here for once. And Rodgers comes off the field. Saleh goes for a hug. Rodgers kind of doesn't push him away, but just kind of stops the hug, says something, and then just stares him down as he's walking away. Here's Robert Saleh on that interaction.
Whole thing was he showed the mobility that we haven't seen throughout training camp. And like I said,
and when I say that, I'm saying Robert Saleh is talking about Aaron Rodgers and how good he is and nothing about the hug.
He showed the mobility that we haven't
come on.
seen throughout training camp. And like I said, he may not be what he used to be, but he still has plenty.
And sorry about the sound there. Here's Robert, Coach Saleh, talking about the interaction.
Part of the things that we've been talking about is to just get the defense a 2-score lead. And it was 2-score lead, so I guess he just wanted to see something on defense. It just reminded me that he got a 2-score lead.
This is simultaneously one of my favorite and least favorite things about sports. Like, Jason, we don't work in an environment where like there's never gonna be a situation where like we have a really good segment and then like the break hits and the cameras are still on and like you come and like double fist pound me in the chest and we're like, yeah, great segment, headbutt. Like, but anyone who's played sports, anybody who's watched sports knows that like you can't just look at interactions and make the now look, if somebody slugs somebody, that's one thing. I'll just bet that's more of like Aaron and Coach Saleh. Like, you're in the heat of the moment. You're super competitive. Rodgers is coming off an Achilles issue. He's having his best game in a couple of years. They're at home. This is his by the way, it's first time he's played at home since the Achilles.
Yeah.
And they're in the moment, and Salah probably said something. Aaron Rodgers is like, F-D-F, let's hug each other when we get up 3 scores. Oh, this ain't the old Jets. We're new, whatever, and stared him down, and then we all make it out to be like he's mad at Robert Saleh for something. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers is the mentor of that team, not Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh is the head coach. But that is Aaron Rodgers' team. He is the most valuable part of team leadership. He is the one that is trying to change the culture. And that includes him coaching Robert Saleh in certain ways, who has been there with the Niners, at least for success.
Right.
But Aaron's won a title. Aaron's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Aaron's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. I think this is why they pay him all that money. And I think he feels like he owes them a little bit, and he's trying to. This ain't enough. Don't be happy. We'll be happy when the scoreboard hits 000 at the end of the Super Bowl. Until then, we're on a drive to success. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Exactly. Move on. They won. Now they go into week 4.
And we'll ask Sean Salisbury about that in a couple minutes. He played under center. He's been in that environment. We'll ask him. I'll test my theory with him, and maybe he'll be like, no, dude, that's garbage.
Yeah.
And he'll say that. True. We'll take a break. Greg Papa, the voice of the 49ers, coming up at 9 a.m. Also, Jason Ross not coming up at 9 a.m. as he will be. He's taking off, going to do some football thing. I don't know. When we come back, though, Sean Salisbury next.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all.
Model year-end savings are going on now. It's savings you just can't say no to.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number 1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports.
The The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
All right, as we get ready for Greg Papa 1 hour from now, Sean Salisbury, we are efforting him. And
we also have a special. So Tom from Pat and Tom, that's where I just was. He's been waiting 3 days to tell me a joke. He tried to text it.
Oh no! I hope
and
it's
he
not the
screwed
joke
that
you
up.
told me yesterday.
He's like, what did it have anything to do with pudding? Okay. He's been excited about this joke all week, which, by the way, I saw the joke on social media like a week ago. I'm pretty sure that's where he got it, but I don't want to like disappoint him, make him sad. Dude, it's like seriously the worst. It's terrible.
So you haven't heard it?
No, I
you've
just
heard it.
heard it. He just told it to me, and he loves it. And I'm like, look, it's not the worst joke I've ever heard. But A, it's a reference not everyone's going to get. I think most people will. Secondly, the punchline is not, it's weird and cringy, not dirty.
No.
So anyways, I was just down there trying to get him to come down and and tell the joke. And
is he getting shy?
Well, he's like, I have a segment I have to do. By the way, second to last text. That's my wife. Sometimes she does make me laugh.
Wait, which one? You're in blue?
I'm in blue. It's the second to last one. She just texted me. Sometimes she has a way with words.
That's beautiful.
We are efforting Sean Salisbury. In the meantime, we'll go to Steven.
Hey.
Who's, just as good, if not better.
Absolutely.
Morning, Steven.
There's no possible way that you could ever throw me in the same category as Sean Salisbury.
I apologize.
It's my favorite segment of your show.
Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else.
Sean.
I thought you were saying, don't throw me in the same breath. I'm much better, which I've been like, wow, Steven, turning wrenches and getting egos. Good for you, brother.
Hey, I mean, I've already had the ego, but sometimes you got to be modest. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to be realistic about your own expectations. Am I right?
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Well, too bad Jason's going to be in Texas. He's abandoning you again.
I know.
What
a fraud.
He's gone. Right. Chris
what kind of a relationship is this?
Chris is already gone. Jason's going to be gone. It's like everyone around me leaves me. Then I think Chris is gone next Thursday as well.
I just saw that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then,
hold on, Steven. Hold on, Steven.
Steven can evaluate the joke.
Steven, you can be a part of this. All right. So breaking news as we wait for Sean Salisbury. Here comes Tom Bailey, Hall of Famer. Wait, hold on a second. Dude, are you seriously reading it off your phone? You don't have it?
No, I was looking at your text.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So Tom tried to, I'll just recap. Tom from the Pat and Tom Show. Hall of Famer, Tom Bailey, by the way.
And Cody.
Gracie Award winner.
Country Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that. So Tom has been excited about this joke all week, which I'm pretty sure I saw on social media 2 weeks ago, but that's fine. Tom tried to text this joke earlier in the week and just bombed at it and finally was like, yeah, I got to do this in person. Then he just told it to me at the water cooler, literally at the water cooler, by the way.
Yeah, it does happen.
I was filling up my water bottle. And he is a huge fan of this joke. Okay. I am not. I think it's
one of the best jokes. I told you the other day, Jason.
Yeah, and you delivered.
And what did you say? What did you say about the joke?
I think it's best joke I've ever heard.
It's the best joke Tom has ever heard.
He's not overselling it.
We're going to play an old-fashioned game of like it or spike it. You can comment on the text line, 916-339-1140, the YouTube chat, or call us at 1-800-912-1140 and just simply say like
Steven
it or
will be able to react live.
And Steven can live react, and you don't have headphones, we'll share
I
it.
did see it on social media.
Yeah,
so
that's fine. We know you didn't. We know you didn't write it, but it's the delivery that counts.
So I got to get back.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, hey, Kyle, do you know why vegans let me ask you this. Hold on, I'm getting it.
Jesus Christ.
Kyle,
Yes.
vegans can't eat meat, yes or no?
No.
You already screwed it up, dude.
No, I didn't.
He said no. You are no. Why can't vegans?
Why can't? No.
Oh, there we go.
Can
I thought
vegans eat meat? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. Because. Oh, I
Wait,
told it wrong.
okay. By the
told
way,
it wrong.
hold on.
blew
I
it.
told you. And by
No.
the way, can I just say he said can't?
Yes.
He said
did.
can't in a British voice.
Can't,
Why, Tom?
Vegans can't eat.
Tom, why can't
What is happening right
vegans eat pudding?
Because they can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat.
Thanks, Tom.
That's really good.
Like it or spike it. Steven says
Steven just said it's
Steven
really good.
just said that's not what he said.
Archive this break.
Steven said he's putting his head in the oven.
That's not what I said.
1-800-920-1140, 916-339-1140 on the text.
I still don't get it.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
A song, but
You can't have any
Because they're
pudding
too young.
if you don't
You're
eat your
too
meat.
young
It's a
for that.
line from Another Brick in the Wall, Part 2, which is Pink Floyd. And
Steven, you liked it?
Steven, you liked
Sorry,
it?
Steven's gone.
Oh. And the delivery was absolutely perfect.
It's just the
no
worst.
turnovers.
Now,
I'm like actually angry.
So can you reset it?
Okay,
a
so
little bit?
here's his joke. He's supposed to say, it's supposed to be, can vegans eat pudding? And the answer is supposed to be no, which, by the way, vegans can't eat pudding because there's milk in it. But okay.
But didn't he say meat?
Yeah, because he says, why can't vegans eat pudding? Why? Because if you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding.
Right, which is a line from the song.
From the song.
Hilarious. What's the reaction from everybody?
Let's see. Awful, 0 of 10. Execution of the joke, upside down smiley face. Let's go to the tech joke. 1 of 10, 2 of 10. Spike it.
Okay. Kyle, your thoughts?
I still don't get it.
That was the best
Which,
part.
by the way, is the right answer.
Yeah.
That's the correct answer, but Steven likes it. Anyway, Steven.
Thanks, Tom. You know, it's stuff like that got him in the Hall of Fame.
Hi, Garrett.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
I'm sad. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm right there with you. That was one of the worst butcherings of a joke I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was. Not only was it wasn't just an average to bad joke. We'll go long. Sean's ready. We'll just go long here. Not only was it an average to bad joke, the delivery was
terrible.
like, you ever, I don't know if like
execution failure.
If like you ordered China from Amazon and they decided to shot put it onto your driveway. That's what the delivery was.
Hey, I just had a question since we're in the joke telling mode.
Yeah. I'm not a cat.
Are fat jokes off the table?
I will. That's tough, but if
it makes you feel, I am a big person.
I was going to say I'm
kind of fat. 300 pounds.
Okay, good. All right, so I'll leave that to you. I mean, not good that you know what I mean.
No, I get you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was at the bar the other night, and there was this bigger lady there. She was wearing a T-shirt, and it said "Caution, Man-Eater." So I walked up to her, and I said, "Hey, excuse me, miss, but about your shirt." And she cuts me off, and she goes, "You know what? Let me guess. I must be a man-eater because I'm so big. You know, I'm a person too. I have feelings, and it's people like you that just piss me off." And I cut her off. I go, "Whoa, no, that's not at all what I was going to say. Not at all." And it was at about this time where she kind of calms down and a smile creeps across her face, and she goes, "Oh, what were you going to say?" And I said, "That's not how you spell manatee."
Like it or spike it.
Joining us right now. I don't know.
What's happening?
Joining us right now.
We need Sean.
From Houston, Texas, the lovely and talented Sean Salisbury. Save us, Sean. Good morning.
Manatee.
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah.
Sean Salisbury. He's not just a dumb jock. He's a spelling bee champion. How are you, brother?
I won the spelling bee in my class, so I was really good. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Missed you. Good to have you here. And we got a lot to talk about, friend. Let's start with Jets and Patriots last night. Jets 2-1. And a lot is being made of the Robert Saleh, Aaron Rodgers hug, not hug, and they spoke a little bit after the game. Now, I want to tell you my theory, and as always, you'll tell me I'm full of garbage or where I'm at. You're always honest. Sean, it really seems to me like it's two competitors and the camera's on them and we don't know what the hell they're saying, and Aaron's trying to change the culture with everybody, including Robert Saleh. Heat of the moment, nothing behind it. He probably said something like, let's hug when, the clock reads 000, and then everybody freaks out like it's Real House Husbands of New York City. You've been under center. You've been in the locker room. You know football culture. What did you take from that?
I have no problem with it. I think the initial thing when you see it in slow motion, we're like, damn, did Robert Saleh say something to him earlier that Aaron, boy, it was almost like, okay, I'm going to get you back. And when I come over, don't hug me, dude, I'm back. I that's initial, but to me, don't care. I think there's mutual respect, heat of the moment. I didn't even hear their full comments, what they said after I saw it, but I don't care. I mean, we make such a deal of those things as long as, listen, if people knew the things that were said on the sidelines that they don't hear or see, they'd be beside themselves on a regular basis. We have so many cameras and the rest. I'm with you, though. I don't think you're full of crap at all. I think it's competitive. It happens, heat of the moment. Aaron's the frustration of the first game and then being out for all this time and coming back. He's a competitive guy, beats to a different drum. Robert Saleh, I don't have a problem with it. Defense, offense, doesn't bother me. Now, if it's a continuous thing and it got in the way of their playing football, no problem. And if they didn't even like each other, I'm not saying that's the case. If they didn't, as long as there's respect there, I really don't care. And nor should anybody else, because I can guarantee there's plenty of guys on the team that don't like each other, but you got to respect them. They're your partners, and you do your thing. Didn't bother me at all. Little push, get after it. Crap happens. And as long as it doesn't fester and it was a one-off, I'm good with it. And it didn't affect their result. And Rodgers may have very well just wanted to wait till the clock was done and go about it. But it's competitive. I'd rather see that than two soft guys that didn't care whether they were winning or losing. I'm all right with it. No harm done.
Yeah, Sean, obviously they brought him there to help take them to spots they have not been in years. When you've now seen Rodgers off the injury, a couple games back, and he's aged, but is there anything that you're seeing that your eyes tell you, no, he's not the same guy, or is this still the same Aaron Rodgers?
I think that he's going to end up being who Aaron Rodgers is by the time, next couple of weeks. I still think a little movement in the pocket. When you have what he had, it's the Achilles. It's like, all right, even though it's a long time later, I remember when I blew out my knee the first time. And the next year, the very first few games, even though in practice you feel it, you still say, okay, am I fully ready? That quick movement, quick twitch, urgent move where you got to, where you got to be sudden. It's just there's a comfortability feeling that goes with it. I've seen a lot of players, a lot of quarterbacks. You kind of tread lightly early, and he'll get his feet underneath him. He's fully healthy. I would fully expect that Aaron Rodgers is going to play at a top MVP type level. I don't know if the statistics will be gaudy enough, but the touchdown to interceptions will, and they protect him. And he is. I mean, they're going to go where he takes them. They are good on defense, better than we saw him the first week of the season. And the quarterback's dynamic, and they've got playmakers at a lot of positions. So I think Aaron Rodgers' game is far from done, and I think Aaron Rodgers is only going to get better. He's good enough to lead them to a division title, and we'll see what happens in the playoffs. I'm not worried about Aaron Rodgers. As long as he's healthy, he'll play great football.
Sean Salisbury with us. I am asking you this. I'd ask you anyways, but the fact that you're doing the morning radio show in Houston, Texas, I'm sure this was probably a topic. And again, it's a quarterback question, Sean. How did you read, speaking of body language and different things, what was your take on the C.J. Stroud-Caleb Williams interaction at the end of the game? Is C.J. being a good guy and covering for Caleb, or again, is that much ado about nothing?
Well, cameras and sound pick up everything. You don't ever get private moments anymore. It is a pathetic narrative. And I've told you many times, I'm a Raider fan.
Yeah.
And I read that the Texans has given us a lot to root about last year and this year and the direction they're headed in C.J. Stroud. And they're really good and they're a fun watch. So this isn't a homer comment by me. It is. And people read into body language. Hell, when you lose a game, even though you go up and see the guy after, you don't really want to do a lot of talking.
Right.
Matter of fact, I prefer the body language. I'm pissed more than I do the guy who's laughing and jolly and jumping around like they won and they just got beat. It's okay to suffer over it for a few minutes at least. So the body language thing, I think that's overrated. Caleb heard what he said, and then he'll quiet. Here's how I take it. It's people, whether it's social media or media narrative or a fan, whatever it is, chasing a ghost here, man, borrowing trouble. It's not that big a deal. And it wasn't condescending because, and I've heard, I can't even remember who said it was people in Chicago or wherever. Well, what's they got? Only a year apart. You can't giving advice like you're going to leave your Tom Brady. No. And anybody that knows Stroud knows that his MO.
Right.
He doesn't operate like that. His MO is simply the quarterback fraternity. Listen, do we always see the right guard go over and say hi to the right guard after a game? No. The one position, quarterbacks always go over and see quarterbacks, right? It's a fraternity.
Yep.
So C.J. Stroud was questioned coming out of Ohio State last year as the second pick, with the test score and is he a great leader? He dispelled those and played out of his mind. Caleb Williams, the first pick, you heard the stuff coming out about him. So it's he's got some experience to offer him, even though he's only a year older. I took it as not advice, as a support system. Hey, man, you got it in you. You're going to be good. And, you're going to be a hell of a player in this league. Where would we take the negative out of that?
Right.
So you're not allowed. So, and I'm one of those guys. When I played older or younger, there is no age limit on good advice.
Right.
It wasn't a condescending. I'm better than you, dude. If he just said, "Hey, man, tough ones, you'll never be as good as us," but he's not going to say that. It was simply understanding that quarterback's going through it. Everybody's been through it or will go through it at that position. I didn't take it as anything other than, man, thanks. That was not only from Caleb, I'm talking about from any of us. If you're looking for trouble, you can find it as a broadcaster, a fan, social media. I think it's a pathetic narrative. I think it's silly. And I don't think it was, hey, little bro, watch the real guy go. No, I think it's just advice. And I can take advice from a 21-year-old if it's good advice and advice that I can use. And what he told Caleb Williams was nothing more than support. So you can chase it all you want. I think it's a lazy narrative, and I think it's weak.
Sean, I know they just began the career. We're talking about Caleb Williams here, but Jaden Daniels, too. These guys look pretty promising. Just from your trained eye, do you have I don't know if a preference is right, but what do you think of the outlook of what Caleb could become and certainly what Jaden Daniels could become?
Listen, there was nothing in college that told me on the field that Caleb Williams wasn't going to be a great player. Find me the evidence. For 2 straight years, when you combine 2 years, not just one, but 2, he was the best player in college football. Overall, 2 years combined. Look at the numbers and look what he had to overcome, not because he's a Trojan, and I watched because I was plenty pissed at their defense, but look what he had to overcome. If he scores 40, you still weren't sure you were winning. Caleb Williams was a great player in college. Now, all the other stuff, you don't like nails, hell, if the guy can win, I'll paint his nails for him. I don't care. But there's too much to watch him. He'll make mistakes, rookie throws, quarterback interceptions. Manning threw 28 of them, I believe, as a rookie. So, But he's such a dynamic, precise talent. He can throw it. He's got a powerful arm. He's a great player on the field. I think he's going to make Chicago. He's the most talented player Chicago's ever had at the position. Talented. Now, gathering the toughness and elevating people around you, he will. Jaden Daniels got everything you want in a quarterback. He can run. I need to have him quit taking hits in the open field. He can beat you with your legs just like Caleb can. He can beat you with his arm. He's accurate. Good game last week. I think you're looking at both guys. I don't think there's any danger of saying we should not have picked either one of them. Now, as good as they may be, you still need to give them players. Look what's gone on with Bryce Young. He hasn't played well, but they're not any good. That's a team that should be playing on Friday night. So he'll be good. And I still think with Sean Payton, Bo Nix is going to give you some love. I think he's got some ability. So I think we're in pretty good hands with those 3 quarterbacks. But Williams and Jaden Daniels, I think they've got future star written all over them. But what we can't do, well, they're not Caleb. I mean, they're not C.J. Stroud. We got to quit comparing them to the rookie who had an outlier, unbelievable season. Not everybody's going to play like that. If that's your expectation, then, I mean, you can shoot for it as a player, but if us as fans and media are saying, well, if he doesn't play like Stroud, then he hasn't had a good season. Ridiculous. So normally the rookie is somewhere in between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. Some good, some bad, some ugly, some spectacular, and some that give you hope. Both these guys give you hope, and I think that Washington and Chicago have enhanced their franchise with these two picks.
Sean Salisbury with us. Speaking of quarterbacks, as we've been doing this, that's kind of the theme here. Sean, I say this not that you need the credibility, but just to remind people who may not remember the shows, some that we did, where you would be telling me stories about rooms with low light by yourself with a glass of whatever in your hand and pills in your belly and fighting shoulder and back and God knows whatever issues you had. You have done it. You've been banged around. You've gone through the things that a lot of football players have gone through and then some. So you, to me, are uniquely qualified, not just because of that, but also having been a quarterback, having been the best athlete at USC in your whole life, thinking of yourself as a Superman, if you will, as you've said in the past. If you're sitting down with Tua Tagovailoa, one of the differences is that I'm pretty sure you didn't have $130-something million guaranteed coming to you. With the guy having a young family, but also just starting his football career, if he said, Sean, advise me, what do I do here? What would you tell him?
Well, here's one thing. Let me tell you about injury real quick about that. Here's why it's from us. It's easy from a distance for guys, and I'm not saying it's irresponsible. We go on TV. Now, the same guys on TV who tell him he should retire are some of the same, consider it, are some of the same that have been through injuries and came back themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If Alex Smith was healthy, I'm not saying he said this, if Alex Smith could still do it, even with that injury, you know what he'd be doing? He wouldn't be broadcast. He'd still be playing. Most of the time, you got to drag us off the field, usually. Not everybody does what Barry Sanders or Elway does, right? Walk away after you're on top, you're great, or you won a Super Bowl. Listen, to me, I would, if he wanted my advice, first off, a concussion's not tangible to the player. I'm going to tell you why. I had a concussion against Tampa Bay. And I got hit, and my head hit the turf in Minnesota. For a full half and a second half, I couldn't tell you when the game was over how we won or what I did until the next day watching tape. Oh, we won that. We won. And I couldn't get the signals from the sideline. I couldn't process them. We were wigwagging signals in. Steve Jordan, our Brown tight end, he was a Brown meaning from Brown, brilliant guy. He always wanted to get the signals before the play was called so he'd have a head start and getting it through his head of what his assignment was. So we got into the game, and I couldn't get the signal from the sideline, get it out of my mouth. True story. Steve would get the signals for me because he practiced the signals. And I said, Steve, you've got to tell me what it is in my ear, and I'll say it to the team. I could go to the line of scrimmage and execute the cadence and play. I couldn't keep up. It wasn't coming fast enough. And at that time, we didn't have protocol. Protocol was 2 fingers, 1 finger, look in your eyes with a flashlight.
Right.
And I wasn't coming off the field because you lie to people because you want to play. Well, Steve called it. I called it to the team, and we went and executed it. And, the same thing, go home at night, and you're hurt. Wake up the next day, feel a little better. Now, some concussions are brutal. Some may be thrown up. By Wednesday, I was ready to play again. What I mean by tangible, when you tear an Achilles, you can't play. When you get a concussion by Wednesday, if it's not a severe, but it's a concussion that you may have been stunned or hurt. You've had multiple concussions. You still, as a player, think you're invincible. And on Wednesday, you say, "Oh, I can't wait to go on Sunday." But now we have protocol that prevents players against them to guard them and protect them against themselves. My advice. So that's why you say, why would a player do it? Well, he's making money. He feels a responsibility to his team. And by Thursday or Friday the next week, if there's no headaches, he's like, man, I'm good to go, dude. I see the fingers. I'm ready to play. With a torn Achilles, you can't. Yet 40 years later, you got, your head injuries and you get bad memory. And my advice is, so that's why these guys just don't walk away. And it's what they've been doing their whole life. And so I'm not going to sit here and say, you need to retire. I'm not Tua. I'm not worried about his future right now. I'm worried about today and his family today. Now, he's made a lot of money. He's got a lot of guaranteed money. But if he feels like he can play and the medical staff passes him, he is going, he may play again. And he probably will. Most of us would, because you don't think about 20, 30, 40 years from now. You think about now. In finances, you don't think about it. You spend money now. You're like, damn, 30 years. I should have thought about it. I shouldn't have spent the money. Should have saved some. So I'm never going to tell him to retire, man, but it looks bad from us. From our distance, it's like easy decision, retire. It's not. It's brutal to do it. My advice to him would be talk to your family, talk to your coach, pray, do whatever it is, whoever you're praying to, whatever it is, and you'll know. And if you're questioning it, probably you shouldn't do it. If you're hurting on a regular basis and you can't press protocol, well, they're not going to let you on the field. It's hard to tell a guy when he's done. It is, especially when it's not tangible, because you feel like, okay, I'm good now. And most guys don't think for 30 years away. So my advice would be consult with family, with doctors. If doctors clear you, then you have a decision to make, and it is a hard one. It's almost easier for a doctor to say, you're never playing again because we can't pass the physical. Then you take the decision out of the player's hands. But I think for me, it would be irresponsible to say, I know you've had 3 concussions. They look bad to us. But if he's cleared, then the decision comes from think ahead, talk to family, talk to doctors. And if it's overwhelming that they want you to stop and you still want to play, then play. But if your family says that and you're looking at thinking kids in the future, then you got to take that in mind. What can't happen, although it does, is when it comes to health and money, health has got to be first, money second. My gut tells me that if he's cleared, he'll play again. But for reasons of because we cringe because it looks so bad, but it's hard to tell a player that, guys, when to retire. I think if he passes protocol, normally I'd say the player's going to go at it again. 3 of them in 2 years? It's awful tough to visualize. It really is. I feel bad for him because he's a great kid.
That's the great Sean Salisbury hosting his show each and every day out in Houston and closing deals and making it happen. And join Sean, of course, his regular day on Tuesday.
Yeah. And Dave, real quick, thank you. I know you guys got to go.
Yeah.
If I was in Tua's shoes at that age, and if I was cleared to play by the medical staff, I know this now. I'm not telling him what to do. Knowing I would have played. I would still play.
Even with the money in the bank.
Yes, I don't. Well, because then I'd feel the responsibility because I owe it to the team. Even though you don't, it happens. Injuries happen. But it's not a tough guy thing. It's just that's how I'm built. Now, maybe after the 4th or 5th, when you say, Sean, start thinking the future. But we don't. We think in the present with our money a lot of times and with our health. And unfortunately, sometimes we make the wrong decision. I hope Tua makes the right one. Whatever it is, we should support him and whatever that is and go forward with it. So I'll let you guys go on that. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. That's Sean Salisbury. That's the answer we were talking about. Yeah. That's the difference between Sean and you and me and Tua and a lot of these guys. They're just I don't agree.
Right.
But they're wired differently.
I knew that would be, I didn't know that would be his answer, but I thought, like, I've had a lot of people like, what would you do? What would I do? I would not play.
Right.
But I go, but I'm not in that, like, it's a different, and even Sean's last answer was a different one that I expected in the sense of, but all of us go, well, you've got guaranteed money, you're good. Yeah, but also, I signed that that's a responsibility that I have.
Right.
Like, I feel like I'm letting the team down. You go, that's not an angle I immediately think of. I'm thinking my brain, how's my health, my life, my family. You know, you're letting other people. That's not an easy decision.
No.
And we all can go, I'm done, or I play, but you've got to go through all of it.
That's why we have Sean on, man. We'll take a break. When we come back, 4 down territory, lock upset. Where do you want to be this weekend if you can go anywhere in the NFL plus college and more? 4 down territory next.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcasts? Good news. Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things Uninterrupted at amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Curran in the KCRA3 Weather Center. We are looking at plenty of sunshine across the area today. Morning lows will be starting out in the upper 50s with highs this afternoon topping out in the low 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA app.
Your water heater. Old, rusty, forgotten. We hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Even in a broken Washington, one person delivers results. Our Congressman Kevin Kiley. Working across party lines, Kevin Kiley has helped pass bipartisan bills to lower prices for gas, groceries, and utilities, provide tax relief for the victims of recent wildfires and storms, and to protect Lake Tahoe today and for future generations. Kiley has secured millions of federal dollars to ease traffic on our roads, expand our water supply, and protect our homes and communities from wildfires. And because he believes public safety comes first, Kevin Kiley is working to crack down on repeat offenders, retail thieves, and fentanyl dealers who prey on our youth. Kevin Kiley is always ready to work across party lines to get things done, and never afraid to take on the establishment in Washington or Sacramento when that's what's needed to protect our quality of life. Delivering results. That's Kevin Kiley. Let's keep him working for us.
I'm Kevin Kiley, and I approve this message. Paid for by Kevin Kiley for Congress.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards going to see your favorite team in the playoffs. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can go see your favorite team in the playoffs. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but we cannot guarantee that your favorite team will make the playoffs or even finish with a winning record. They could easily lose more than half their games and finish in the cellar because they stink badly and haven't made the playoffs in years. Savings, very possible. Playoffs, highly doubtful. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates, not available in all states. We cannot be held liable for your favorite team's terrible and frankly embarrassing performances now or ever.
Taste on a whole new level at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Enjoy the height of hospitality, whether you're craving an upscale steakhouse, authentic Chinese hot pot and dim sum, or having a refreshing beverage while watching the game. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Part 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha.
And
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House. High Voltage live boxing action returns to Northern California Saturday, September 21st at the venue at Thunder Valley with Thunder Showdown featuring the undefeated 12th ranked welterweight in the world, Amari Jones. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Fight cards subject to change. Do you have old baseball cards and sports memorabilia from the 50s and 60s collecting dust in your closet? They could be very valuable in any condition. Find out at the Sports Cards Roadshow. We'll be in the Sacramento area to evaluate your old and modern sports cards. Visit sportscardsroadshow.com today to schedule your appointment. Ask about your free on-site sports card evaluation. For large vintage and modern collections, we can come to you. Skip the garage sale. Sports Cards Roadshow is buying. Call 1-800-560-3272 today or visit sportscardsroadshow.com.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
On Sacktown Sports.
All right, Soundgarden bringing us back. 8:38. Greg Papa at 9 a.m., the voice of the San Francisco 49ers. Jason Ross?
Yes.
You ready to go for it?
Let's do it.
4 down territory starts right now. In for Christopher Laud. It is Kyle Ledbetter with 4 questions. We have 4 answers. First down, please.
First down. What is your lock of the week in the NFL?
Oh, let's see. I'll go Jets over the... No.
You got that. You got it.
I win. Yay, me. I ain't taking the Niners. You know what? I'm going to throw a bone out to... No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. I'm going to throw a bone to our friends in the chat. Give me the Raiders over the Carolina Panthers.
You did it, everybody. You did it.
I am a little nervous about the Andy Dalton effect.
Yeah.
But I think the Raiders should.
Raiders never have embarrassing losses ever.
See, Kyle said that. It's not me.
Send your love letters to Kyle. I'm going to go with, it's really more of a shot at the opponent as opposed to the team. The Browns. The Giants have been disappointing. They're not a good football team. And the Browns, I think they were good last year. I think they had that bad week 1. Came back with a win last week. I think they're going to win this one this week against the Giants. Lock it up.
Lock it up. Second down.
What is your upset of the week in the NFL?
There's a lot of, I hate picking upsets that are where the line's under 3. Yeah. This doesn't feel like an upset. But I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to do it. The Sam Darnold train keeps rolling at home versus the Texans. Texans favored by 2 in this one. Give me the Minnesota Football Vikings.
Is that Chris Watkins over there? Good for you.
Give me them with the upset of the week.
Okay. I am on a confidence level in my upset pick at about 4%.
Okay.
But I'm going to do it. I think there's some elements that I could see it happening. They're at home, prime time. They got a good run game, pretty good back end of their defense. The Falcons, the Chiefs have skated by twice. I think they're great, but it just happens during the regular season. Somebody go, how did they lose to that team? This feels like one of those later we'll go, how did the Chiefs lose to the Falcons? Yeah, I'm going to do it.
How did that happen? How did the Chiefs lose to the Falcons?
I'll go for it. Falcons.
All right, third down.
Third down. What game would you most want to attend in the NFL?
This is simply...
I bet we might have the same one.
I don't think we do. Okay. This is simply because this is simply on where do I want to go this weekend to watch a football game. And on top of that, the game itself is probably a pretty good one. Give me the New Orleans Saints hosting the Phil. We do have the same one. And that's as much because I think it's a fine time of year to be in New Orleans.
Absolutely.
And you get a pretty good NFC matchup.
You'll eat well.
You're going to eat very well.
Yeah.
One of those things where I'm not even going to try to eat healthy.
Yeah. I looked at this. There's actually only one conference game, one rivalry game, and it's Rams-Niners. I went, no, not that one. So then where else? Well, 2 good teams, and I want to see if the Saints are for real. And even if they're not, right now in New Orleans, they're probably going pretty crazy for the Saints. So I think it'll be a fun atmosphere, and it's New Orleans. I have the Saints-Eagles as well as the game.
The only problem with that, because I messed with Seattle. I think they're hosting the Jags, I think. Because, again, Seattle, it's a lovely city, and it's a fine time to be there.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with the New Orleans thing, though, all weekend long, all 4 days of the weekend, 3 days of the weekend, 89 degrees, 73% humidity.
That's actually low for them.
I get it, but there's still going to
sticky.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of drippage going on. But hey, screw it. I'll cool off with a nice big bowl of gumbo and a muffaletta sandwich. Fourth
down. What game in college football do you most want to attend this week, and why is it Cal undefeated traveling to Florida State?
What if you could ruin the perfect season of the Golden Bears?
What if Charlize Theron moved into my spare bedroom?
What if? What would happen?
Probably a bunch of sleeping and snoring.
A classic ACC matchup.
Yeah. What?
They've been talking about that for years.
Oh, yeah. Give me. Yeah, there's not a lot to. I don't see it. Give me the big house. I'll go with it. Michigan hosting USC.
Who are you rooting for?
I ain't rooting for USC.
That's the right answer.
Give me, apologies, by the way. I wouldn't mind going to Baton Rouge and seeing your Bruins.
That's the answer.
Oh, really?
Your whole weekend right there.
Yeah.
Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Now the Bruins will lose by 50.
You know what? You're right. You know what? I'm going to change. You're right. That is my answer. Because, you're right. New Orleans, it's a Baton Rouge Saturday.
Yep.
And then New Orleans Sunday.
A little hour drive to New Orleans.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's a Louisiana weekend.
It's not LSU night football, but still.
LSU night football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my two are O-Town too, but I would pick UCLA LSU, even though I think it might be a long day for the Bruins.
That would be a cool trip to GEAUX on.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the food.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm really just thinking.
I know. Like, would you go? The weird part about going, if you went to LSU game or a Saints game, it's like that's a place you can't get a hot dog, right? Like,
no,
you gotta get. I don't know what they serve at the stadium. You're assuming other like New Orleans cuisine, but I don't know that that's the case.
Well, you know that there's gonna be like Cajun berries.
But also when it could be one of those things, and we've talked about gumbo before. It's like the most diverse. Like gumbo varies from so many different places and different people. But you could go there and go, yeah, it was gumbo, but like it wasn't gumbo.
Hey, look, LSU Tigers football. I know we got a break here, but here's some of the. They say it's the best things to try. A beignet box,
okay,
pizza stand,
yeah,
fried chicken stand,
maybe.
Cajun Corner located in the middle concourse near section 102. Jambalayas.
Yes.
Boudin balls. Oh, God, I love boudin. Alligator sausage po' boy sandwiches. Catfish baskets. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to try alligator balls.
Nah.
Oh, there's boudin balls. I don't want to try either of them, but.
Or the gator balls.
I don't think alligators have them.
Thank you, man.
When we come back, let's get a River Cats report, and we'll go hot and not and streaking, and some of us are starting from 0, and some of us are building on 2-game streaks. But first, as we break, quick question during the break, because we have a couple minutes here, Jason. I think I may have something on my record I need dealt with.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice?
I can help you out.
All right. We'll take a break. Jason will give us all the advice from Gonzalez Law next.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram in Woodland. What's happening for Ram Power Days?
Well, 2024 is almost over, so we figured we'd get a head start with big savings on brand new 2025 Ram 1500s. Right now, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the brand new and very nicely updated 2025 Ram 1500s, starting as low as $37,780.
I want to make sure I heard you right. You said 2025, as in next year's models, and you're already giving $15,000 off?
You heard that right. Plus, with all the upgrades Ram has made on the 1500s, this is the best Ram yet.
Test drive the best Ram truck yet at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center. See our whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 15,000 total net savings after 10,500 factory rebates and 4,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include 3,000 in Hoblet Select inventory coupons and 2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistant coupons. Must have qualifying trade-in. At least 5 of this net savings. Coupons only available while supplies last. See dealer for details.
Well, Dave was asking questions. I hopefully have answers for him, because some of you might be out there where you did have something in your past that is following you that you can't shake, you can't get rid of. It's a mistake you made, and those mistakes do happen, but it's costing you some opportunities, some things about your current and maybe your future. So how do you do something about that, something that happened in your past that you'd like off of your record? Well, things can be done about that, and that's why I suggest you talk to Jonathan Gonzalez and his law team, the law offices, right in the heart of downtown Sacramento. He's here, he's local, he's in our community, and he can help you with taking something off of your record, a clean start. The Gonzalez law offices do those kind of things. They do expungements, and they help you get that fresh beginning that you're looking for. But there's other things. He can also help with criminal cases, auto accidents, wrongful termination, lots of different things that come up. You don't know when they come up, but you want to be prepared. You want to have a reference point. You want to know someone you can talk to that can help represent you. So again, go to saclegaldefense.com. It's the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez, again, just downtown Saw him yesterday. We had lunch, and he is here. He wants to help this community. And again, he's someone that you could trust and will work for you and with you. So again, SAClegaldefense.com. Call the number 916-304-9187. That's 916-304-9187.
The last 6 Sacramento Rivercats games of the 25th anniversary season are packed with promotions and theme nights. Join us for Hispanic Heritage Night on September 17th, the Rivercats Golfer Hat Giveaway on September 20th, our inaugural Harry Potter Night on September 21st, and cap off the homestand with Fan Appreciation Day for the final game of the season on Sunday, September 22nd. Make your way to the ballpark for a farewell to the Rivercats of 2024. Visit rivercats.com to purchase tickets today.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, opportunity is a big part of September baseball, and in the case of the A's lefty Brady Basso, it's been a bit of a twisting path. When he took the mound for the Athletics against the White Sox on Friday the 13th, he was beginning his 5th stint with the ball club this year. He went out and fired 5 1/3 innings of shutout baseball that night to earn his first major league win.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, get ready. Here comes your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. You don't want to miss Winona Judd at Hard Rock Live on September 28th. And on October 4th, comedy legend Rob Schneider is bringing the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Space out with Weezer for the Voyage to the Blue Planet Tour 2024 at the Golden One Center on October 8th. And looking further ahead into October, Alec Benjamin brings his soulful vibes to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on the 16th. Then on October 17th, catch the hilarious Ronnie Chang at the Bob Hope Memorial Theater in Stockton. On October 20th, Renee Vaca brings his hilarious stand-up to the Crest Theater in Sacramento. And finally, gear up for the ultimate Halloween bash with a $5,000 costume contest. It's Sinners and Saints Saturday at Thunder Valley on October 26th. Costumes, music, and plenty of thrills. Get all the event details at SacktownSports.com and stay locked on to Sacktown Sports for your chance to win tickets.
It's the Rivercats Report. What's going on with the Giants AAA squad? The Rivercats Report.
I tried making a cat sound in the break. Kyle, you didn't like my Rivercat sound. Can you make a Rivercat sound? Dave?
Meow.
So there's your Rivercats right there.
Can we hear the Jason Duck?
I know. I tried. It was getting worse. He said it sounded like wind, and then it was duck. Then it sounded like a motorcycle.
What was it?
Well, I think I was like,
oh, is that like rawr?
It's like a hissing cat.
No,
it's not a Rivercat, though.
Meow.
Yeah, that's our Rivercat right there. And there's just a few precious games remaining in the Rivercat season. And there's your chance still to get out there and check them out. That means Sacramento, with what they've done again this year, they've had a good year. They are going to guarantee a winning season, and they're going to be over 500 for sure. And that's awesome. Also, one of their top prospects, in fact, San Francisco's #1 prospect and the top 50 prospect in all of baseball, Bryce Eldridge, made his AAA debut last Saturday night. And so far in a couple games for the Rivercats, batting over 300 and 3 runs scored, a couple of walks as well. So always nice to see some of the top prospects. Also, John Michael Bertrand made his AAA debut with the Sacramento Rivercats on Sunday, allowing 4 runs on 4 hits. So it's always nice to see these young prospects get their opportunity anytime during the year, but certainly late in the season. But that is a look at your Rivercats report.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who's it? John Michael, the River Cats. You were saying
Bertrand.
Yeah. Why do serial killers always have three names?
Good point.
It's never like Bill Johnson.
Yeah.
But then why except Ted Bundy? Why wasn't it like Ted Franklin Bundy or whatever?
Ted Al Bundy?
Yeah, Ted Albert Bundy. It's always like Manson and Bundy or everything else is always three names.
Dahmer.
Oh, Dahmer. Maybe I'm wrong. That's
Do you have your list of three named killers?
Yeah, Jan Michael Vincent.
Yes.
Who was the guy on Home Improvement? The kid.
Oh yeah, Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Yeah. Have the Kings had a three-namer?
Olivier St. John.
Yeah. Gary St. Jean.
Olivier Maxence Prosper for second.
Yes.
Cool. You know who else is a serial killer? My dog. Whole Tupperware of cereal earlier today. So she is not hot, but who is hot?
Who's hot is Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani.
If people were having the debate of was yesterday the greatest game in the history of baseball, I've got a stat that says yes, that is true.
Juan Toscano Anderson. Go ahead.
Literally last year.
Yeah.
Since this courtesy of Off the Stats, since RBIs became official in 1920, only one baseball player has had over an entire career a game with 10 plus RBIs, a game with 6 plus hits, a game with 5 plus extra base hits, a game with 3 home runs, and a game with 2 stolen bases. The only player is Shohei Ohtani, and he did it all in the same game. Everyone else is any career. Anyone in a career has never had that. He did it all in the same game.
So, based on that, I'm going to give you just a brief sample here, guys. I have in front of me a list. David Hyde Pierce.
Okay.
John David Washington, former Mountain Lions running back. David Allen Greer.
Oh, yeah.
These are serial killers?
No. Well, Bryce Dallas Howard.
Oh,
she
yeah.
has that look.
She got some dinosaurs.
Daniel Day Kim. He was on Lost. Olivia Newton-John.
Don't besmirch her name.
God rest her soul. Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yep.
Jerry Lee Lewis. Edward James Olmos.
Almost.
Michael Clark Duncan, rest his soul. Yeah. Jonathan Rhys Myers. Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Yeah.
And number one on the 3 named celebrity list, according to IMDb, we just lost him too. James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Who's not?
Apparently James Earl Jones.
I don't. Wow. No, he.
The New England Patriots offense was really not great yesterday. The Patriots scored 3 points, which is the 7th time since the start of last season that the Patriots offense has scored 7 points or fewer. 7 games. For those keeping track at home, that's a total of 20 games played. 7 of them they scored less than a touchdown. In that time frame, they have averaged 13.8 points a game, which is second worst only to the terrible Carolina Panthers.
Oh, that's not great. 916-339-1140 is our text line. Guys, don't forget about, I'm going to read this verbatim. Makos Abdul Rahuf. Makos Abdul Rahuff. Now, I'm no scholar.
Okay, I think where are we going?
I think he's talking about the former LSU Chris Jackson.
Yes.
Who is now Mahmoud Abdul Rauf.
No, he's Makos.
Makos. This sounds like a God of War character. Makos Abdul Rahuf.
Yeah. Rahuf.
All right, let's
All right, you want to streak?
Let's do it.
It's time to go streaking. Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
Streaking.
We're streaking.
Who's taking Makos? All right, to recap, Dave's at 0. We got to get going here again. Chris is at 1. I'm at 2.
Does Billy Bob Thornton count? Yes. So go ahead.
We'll start from the bottom. That was you, unfortunately, David. You had a 7-game hitting streak, but here's where it's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
You took Jackson Holiday.
I did.
We're always excited about this. So let's find out. Jackson Holiday got up 3 times.
3 times.
Did he get you a hit? Yeah. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Dave is at 1. Chris was at 1, trying to get to 2. This says he picked maybe the greatest performance in the history of sports.
Wow.
He picked Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, well, too bad Shohei wasn't playing a doubleheader.
Yeah. You're only supposed to get 1 hit. He got 6. Too many. It's too many. Doesn't count.
I almost feel like Chris should get 2. Like, if you pick a guy and he has the greatest offensive performance ever.
Never.
Well, screw you, Chris. You're not here.
Well, nobody's talking about him. He was in the same game. I took Mookie Betts. I mean, Shohei got 6 hits.
Boo.
Mookie got up 4 times and he got a hit. Why isn't anybody talking about that?
Yeah, great job. Mookie Betts.
So Dave's at 1. Chris is at 2. I'm at 3. Dave, who are you selecting?
I don't know. Oh, give me. I can't take Jackson Holiday. Fine, give me Shohei Ohtani. I'm gonna take him every day.
Okay. You'll take Ohtani. I'll take Aaron Judge in Oakland tonight against the A's. Yeah. Chris has said Alex Verdugo. Kyle, who are you going to pick?
My pick doesn't matter, so I'm going to just take.
Yeah. So we got somebody doing
we
it.
Had a chance to. We're going to play one either way.
Yeah.
Good work, Kyle. We'll take a break. We'll say goodbye to Jason Ross. Olave, Jason Ross. You're off to go watch Makos and the Sac State Hornets.
Yeah, Singer's up.
Whereabouts? What is the nearest big city to wherever you're going in Texas?
I think we're flying near Dallas, staying in Richardson, and then Commerce is its own city.
Oh, Commerce, Texas.
Do you know the Texas A&M Commerce?
The Berserkers.
The Berserkers. Yes, the Hornets versus the Berserkers.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, Jason, I know we got a break here, but the Lone Star Eatery Grill and Bar, McKay's Country Kitchen.
Ooh, that's in Richardson?
That is in or near Richardson, but the Rusty Texan Deli and Bar Barbecue.
Okay.
Slaughter's Barbecue.
Wait, that's different than Rusty?
Rusty is okay. Right there, but Slaughter's Barbecue. A lot of stars, Jason, all 5 of them.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. We'll get a full report from Jason. Greg Papa, the voice of the 49ers, joins us next.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Let's go! Grab your board. Grab your boots. Grab your tent. Live it up this fall with a low lease on the sporty 2024 Corolla, adventure-ready RAV4 Hybrid, rugged Tacoma, and even the new all-hybrid 2025 Camry.
Grab the keys, come on, let's go!
Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit. That's 9/30/24.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered FlexSteel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Part 2.
What was I
And he's bringing and some friends. Carmelie.
I wanna close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich.
Be the difference.
Dasha.
Did your boobs stop working?
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Deftones. North American Tour 2025, live in Sacramento. Golden One Center, Saturday, March 1st. With special guests, the Mars Volta and Fleshwater. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit Deftones.com.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
He has nearly 40 years of broadcasting in Northern California. The voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. Sponsored by Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard of the public adjusting industry.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Kyle behind the glass. Dave is walking up the stairs as we speak, and we're going to be joined by Greg Papa, the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, here in just a couple of minutes. We have Greg. We have our celebrity birthdays coming up later on in the show. We've got a fun little pick six set up, and then we've got Friday fun and games, and then we are going to head off for the weekend. And now I see Mr. Carmichael Dave tossing on his headphones.
I had the break time wrong?
Yes, you did.
That was 4:10.
Yeah.
What? I think you messed with it to get airtime.
I don't think so.
Joining us right now, that's fine. I forgive you. The voice of the San Francisco 49ers, the one, the only, the lovely, the talented, the psychologist, the mentor. He's just everything for us. Greg Papa. Good morning, Greg.
Was it 4:10 or 4:20?
That's apparently, my goodness gracious.
Show. Fashionably late. Fashionably late.
That's what we do.
Do you have to lay on the couch today to get over what happened in Minneapolis a little bit?
I mean, I don't know if I'm sadder about that loss, although I've come to expect every year there's going to be like 3 rando losses. And, I know the whole Niners haven't won in Minnesota since, whatever, but I'm more sad, Greg. I think since you got on the phone, I think 7 other 49ers are now out for Sunday. Like, can we just stop with the injuries, please?
I've only been on the phone 70 seconds. Who are the 7? It's sad. I mean, the Minnesota game, I kind of thought that was coming. Just that dome, Brian Flores' defense, how much I appreciate Sam Darnold. And now I think Sam's mental aptitude is catching up to his physical abilities, which are as good as we've seen. So they're a scary team. Just keep an eye on that team. We keep talking about Philadelphia, Detroit, Green Bay, Dallas. Minnesota could be a sneaky team. They won 13 games a couple of years ago, a lot of one-score games. But in any event, they're a solid team. But the Niners did not play their best. I think the bottom line is, not having Christian McCaffrey obviously hurts a lot of, just getting out from being just a pure downhill running team. And Jeff Wilson Jr. was here, and that's J.P. Mason reminds me a lot of him. Maybe better. I don't know. He's got a forward lean of tackle breaking, but Jeff was pretty good, for this team and scored a lot of touchdowns. So you could move the ball doing it that way, but minus Christian and now minus Debo, and we'll see about George today and tomorrow before we fly to L.A. You're minus your cool toys. Kyle's got the 5 eligibles, but the coolest toys in the shed are Christian, Debo, and Kittle. Yeah. Juszczyk's a cool toy, but he's more the hammer. Well, these other guys are just playmakers. So we'll find out about George. That happened. Yeah, I saw, both days of practice, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, he was fine. He got through the entire practice and didn't see anything. And then yesterday, he wasn't there. So I think Minnesota may have happened anyway if Christian was. Now, when we were there last year, he was not a full go. He had an oblique injury, and he had to scramble, to get into that game, the Cleveland game. I wasn't even sure he was going to play. So, but you know what? You know how much I love Brock? Big brain Brock.
Yep.
He's got to play better. He put up big yards. Brock Purdy leads the NFL in yards passing.
Yeah.
Which is more of a statement, I think, about where the league is and just not being able to pass the ball. It's incredible. But Brock just didn't see the field the way he typically does, Dave. He was confused by Brian Flores' front and them dropping out, whether they were blitzing or bluffing. And, those sacks, 6 of them were like 4, him just running out of the pocket where he didn't know where to go with the ball. And he tried to run to get back to the line of scrimmage, but he couldn't. So I'm confident he will play well. Chris Schuler's defense, I don't think will confuse him as much as Brian Flores' defense. This is more of a Vic Fangio cover 4 type defense, which he knows. But I think Brock would agree that that was one game where he'd like to not just the interceptions, the ball that slipped out of his hands, and just a lot of things. He just didn't see the field the way he typically does.
You and I, throughout Brock Purdy's career, are both not huge fans of the whole system quarterback and all the crap that's been spewed about him. But here we are, and you mentioned it. He's missing 3 huge toys on offense. So is there an extra pressure on him to, he shouldn't need it, Greg, but is this a chance with the few naysayers that are left for a guy like Brock to say, hey, look, listen, I'm missing 3 all-pros basically, and I'm still winning ball games. Do you see that narrative there?
No, he cannot get out of the framework of what he does. The genius of Brock Purdy is the big brain, the processing, it's seeing the grid, getting it out on time. And he's a point guard. He's the classic point guard. He's John Stockton. He's not De'Aaron Fox kind of guy. So don't be that guy. Now, that still means make a play. The NFC Championship game, he had a pair of 21-yard runs, Dave, and a 10-yard run that were huge. And if he doesn't make those plays, the Niners don't complete that comeback and go to the Super Bowl. So he's capable. He's got the legs. He's got the arm. But mainly he's got the brain, the ability to process. So just get it out and then let them yak. And I think Brandon Ayuk is clearly, I thought going into the first game he would be rusty. You could just see it, the disconnect, tracking the ball in the air. I thought he was fine going into the Minnesota game and nearly 100%, if not fully 100. They just didn't look for him as much. There was one play in particular that's kind of bugged me all week is before the 4th and 2 on the goal line, the Juwan Jennings that got chipped by Van Ginkel and swatted away by Harrison Smith. They had a 1st and goal on the 4-yard line, just inside the right hash mark. And it's the classic Niner fake, a stretch to the right, keep boot game coming back left. And Ayuk was wide open. He was open for a while. It just took a long time to get him the ball. And then Ayuk just runs out of bounds. Like, where are you going? Don't go out of bounds. Come back to the ball. Come back in the purple end zone. Don't go out of bounds. So they were off a little bit, and they weren't looking for him as much. I think with this game plan, you're going to see maybe 12 Ayuk targets in this game. They're going to go at him a lot. The Rams have serious injuries in their secondary. Tre'Davious White, remember him in Buffalo?
Yeah.
Was an all-pro corner. He's coming back from the Klay Thompson, Boogie Cousins injury, ACL, Achilles, and he's just not moving well. And Detroit attacked him, and Arizona attacked him with a couple of young wide receivers, Jamison Williams in Detroit and Marvin Harrison, the second in Arizona. So I think Ayuk will have a big game. But, a lot of it is just Brock being able to see the field and getting the ball out on time. I'm confident he can do that. But a big storyline will be today about George Kittle because, you can't feed the ball to Ayuk every play. They'll probably double him some in this game. And again, these are the Yak Bros. The original Yak Bros were Debo, George, and then Brandon Ayuk. And then, McCaffrey's certainly a Yak Bro. He'll jump right over you, bro. So when you don't have those kind of dynamic in space, make you miss yards after contact, yards after catch guys, then, Brock's overall effectiveness you would think would not be there. But Juwan Jennings can yak. They'll get Chris Conley going, maybe a little Jacob Cowling in this game, maybe Trent Taylor or something. a little bit in this game. So they got guys, Ronnie Bell, in this game. And then if Kittle can't go, the guy to keep an eye on if Kittle can't go is Jake Taunches. Saw him in the preseason, caught every single target. He was a former quarterback at Los Gatos High in the South Bay area. Saw him in the preseason, had a good career in Berkeley. And he runs routes incredibly well, and he catches the ball. I think as a route runner and a catcher of the ball, he's pretty damn close to Kittle. And maybe even more straight line fast or just fluid, just smooth. He doesn't block like George, obviously, and blocking their up guys, their outside guys, Byron Young, certainly, and Jared Verse will be a big priority in this game. But, it's not like hockey where, you get a power play and a man down and you play with 4 and 5 on the ice, 3 on the ice. Sometimes you're not going to do that, including the goalie. So you're going to have 11 on 11. You're going to have your 5 eligibles. They just may be a little bit different around this game.
And all the talk about Kittle and McCaffrey and Debo and all that, as you mentioned, Charvarius Ward is also banged up and in question as well, and moving the chess pieces a little bit there. How is I would imagine that puts a little more pressure if Ward's out on Renardo Green, the second rounder out of Florida State, and how has he looked to you this year? And do you think he's got it to step up to the occasion if necessary?
Well, if Charvarius can't play in the game, and right now that's a big question mark, then Renardo Green would be in the nickel. He's your backup outside corner. He's your backup nickel back. So I think the way they'll start the game, and the Rams are almost always in 3 wide receivers, 11 personnel. Now, that's what they've been, but they don't have Puka and they don't have Cooper Kupp. So I don't know what they'll do. But they also don't have Tyler Higbee. They're hurt everywhere, and they're hurting the offensive line. But usually they're probably the heaviest 11 personnel team in the NFL, which is 3 wide receivers. So then the Niners would match up in their nickel the entire game. If that's the case, Charvarius Ward plays 1 outside corner, assuming he's well, Ike Yanum the other one, and then Demo Lenore in the slot. If Charvarius can't go, then your 2 outside corners would be Yanum and Renardo Green, and you'd put Demo in the slot. Renardo Green can go in the slot some, so you may see him if they go 3 to one side. You may see Green and Demo pick up the number 3 and number 2 receivers, which are the closest ones to the line of scrimmage. So I think Renardo's up to it. His tape from college was ferocious. He is a great man-to-man coverage player. He's tough. He tackles really aggressively. That's why he's good in the nickel, because you got think of K'Wan Williams and think of Diamador Lenore being able to tackle in there. If you're going to play close to the line of scrimmage, you're almost half nickelback, half linebacker. So you got to fit the run. Green can do that. I'm sure they'll attack him a little bit in this game if he's out there. He wears number 0, so he has a big bullseye on his back. Anytime you're a rookie, they're going to go after you. But I think he'll be fine. He had 4 snaps in the game in Minneapolis, Dave, in a dime package where the Niners had 4 corners on the field, 2 safeties. They had Diamador, Charvarius out there with Yadam, and they used Renardo Green as well, and they moved Yadam inside kind of in a linebacker spot. So he'll be fine. And I'm also this game telling Hufanga is going to come back. We haven't seen the big bad wolf, huff and puff, since November the 19th, and he has a history of intercepting Matthew Stafford. So it'll be good to get him back on Sunday.
Greg Papa is the voice of the 49ers. He joins us each and every Friday at 9 a.m. Greg, give me your grade on the offensive line so far this year. I know Dominic Mooney, that was the talk of the town, especially after game 1, and that was a question mark. Trent Williams aside, how do you think the line has looked through 2?
Well, they played well against the Jets, but Firster wasn't happy with it. He actually graded them out higher in the second game, which was interesting. They ran the ball well. J.P. Mason had 100 yards and a touchdown against a defense I didn't think they could run against, and I have to venture the head coach wasn't confident. He called 4 straight pass plays to open the game, and 7 of the first 8 were passes. And JP's first run was a good run, and that 99-yard drive, that was the one J.P. Mason ultimately scored. So I think the run block was fine. Where they got confused, like Brock, was by Brian Flores' fronts and blitzes and always showing double-A gap blitzes and then bailing out of it or coming and blitzing and bailing. And it was really hard to pick up. Whenever I watch them play, and Flores is from New England, at Belichick, it's like a Belichick defensive front where it's like, how many guys do they have on the field? Do they have like 13, 14? What's going on here? They're all walking around. No one's down except the big guys, and everybody else is like they could come, they could go. So I think there were a lot of busts in protection where they just didn't block the right guy, and there were a lot of blitzers. And they have 2 or 3 guys, Metellus, Van Ginkel, those 2 guys in particular, that you don't know who they are. Are they up? Are they down? Are they dropping? Are they safeties? Are they linebackers? Are they fitting the front? They have like 3 of those guys where you're like, what's he doing on this play? I can't figure it out. And then Blake Cashman, their middle linebacker, was everywhere. So he played a great game. The Rams don't have those kind of off-the-ball linebackers like Blake Cashman. They traded, curiously, Ernest Jones away to Rand Carthon in Tennessee. So they got to play a couple of guys that the Niners do attack, in particular one being Troy Reader, number 51. So watch when he's on the field as far as making him cover. But as far as the sacks, again, it goes back to Brock. I think it was, how many was it, Dave, do you think was Brock hitting his back foot, just not being decisive to pull the trigger, hold the ball, run out of the pocket, and try to get back to the line of scrimmage and not make it? 4, I think maybe 4 of those of the 6 sacks were, did he get back to the line? Is that a sack? There were a couple we got his back caved in. I'm not saying that. But there were more where I think a lot of it was the indecisiveness of Brock where to go with the ball for a variety of reasons, the routes being run, Brock just, being confused by their front and drops and their coverage. And there were a couple where guys just got beat. It was a little bit to me like the Super Bowl where Spagnuolo just, overloaded, blitzed you here and there. And it wasn't so much guys getting beat. There were a couple of those, but mainly it was just, we didn't block that guy. That guy is an unblocked defender, came right in and hit our quarterback. How did that happen?
Greg Papa, when I look at the Rams and the Niners, it's one of those things where it's narrative versus reality. There's a stat out there that, and it's true, that Domantas Sabonis is 10-0 against Anthony Davis in his career. But obviously, there's a lot of other factors that factor into that. Now, Kyle Shanahan has fared quite well against Sean McVay. Is that just to you a team-on-team thing, or is there something Shanahan has a little bit on McVay?
Well, it started out the other way, where it was an assault in the Rams. When they had Todd Gurley and Andrew Whitworth and Roger Saffold and John Sullivan on the left side of that line and Jared Goff and, Robert Woods back then, and they just trucked the Niners. Yeah. It was brutal the first couple of years. Kyle had won 9 in a row against them in the regular season going into last year's regular season finale, and we didn't play their guys. They didn't play Stafford. They played Wentz. But before that, since I've been doing the games, that's the only time the Niners ever lost to the LA Rams in the regular season. Now, we did lose a championship game to them. And even Aaron Donald. Do you know what Aaron Donald's career is against the 49ers? He's 5-13.
Wow.
In his career. And I think, 4 of those came the first 2 years. So, and I think the reason why is the Niners built their teams to be big and strong badasses, and we're going to dominate you on the O-line. We're going to run the ball down your throat, and we're going to get a big defensive line. Once they got Bosa, it all changed. Then you had the, Armstead and Buckner and big guys inside, and now it's the Gravedigger and Malik Collins, and we'll see if Leonard Floyd can hold up. Gross Matos will probably play a lot in this game. But, hey, I think that the Niners just trampled them. They just ran all over them. And the Rams got punked, and they thought, we got to change. So they don't run the ball the way they did with Gurley in the outside zone. They run the ball more like and the Niners are multiple. It's outside zone. It's inside zone. They do everything. But with Kyron Williams here now as the running back, he's such a good power runner where they pull guards and they have big guys. Now, their offensive line is decimated by injuries, so we may not see their full effectiveness in this game, but that's what they're trying to do, is to, get big and strong. And so I think they got tired of just being, just having the ball rammed down their throat for, 4.5, 5 years in a row. And they stopped it. So they tried to stop it. So we'll see. I think that's the story of this game, Dave. Ayuk and everybody around Brock being hurt. Can they tackle J.P. Mason in this game? Can they wrap him up and get him on the ground? Other teams, if you go back and watch the Arizona game, I don't know if you saw, that was 41-10. James Conner, the Terminator, just ran all over them, breaking tackles, sledgehammering it, going through their defensive line. They don't have Aaron Donald anymore. They got a bunch of young guys, and we'll see. But I think first and foremost, the reason why the Niners have dominated the Rams and Sean McVay the last 5 years, with the exception of the throwaway game last year, Dave, is the Rams are getting trucked in the run game. Now, so without all these toys, McCaffrey and, Debo's half running back, but he's a wide receiver. We'll see about Kittle. Don't you think Chris Shula and Sean McVay are going to play like 8, 9 guys up on the line and try to do what Brian Flores did and just slam the run game?
Yeah, I think, honestly, when I look at the Rams, you mentioned no Cooper, no Puka, no Koopa, a small O-line guys are out. But, granted, we also, because the Rams were kind of hyped before the season started, and I get it. We're 2 games in. I guess we'll finish with this. You saw probably every snap he ever played, just because I think you've seen every snap since God knows when. Are we underplaying, or was it underplayed, the loss of Aaron Donald?
He's damn good. I mean, there's no doubt. Part of me thinks he was a little overrated.
Okay.
I think that, he was the kind of guy like Daniel Brunskill would, he could kind of take him where he wanted to go a little bit. He doesn't play as hard as Bosa. If you run away from him, he won't chase it down from the backside. Now, all that being said, he's a game wrecker. If you double teamed him, like Tim Ryan says, he's the best splitter of all time. He just splits the double team. He's a great player. He's a 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Only J.J. Watt and LT have got. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But, I mean, Deacon Jones to me was a much better player. I think Mean Joe Green was a better player. Reggie White. It doesn't matter. It goes back, different time in football. He's a great player. So, they clearly missed the guy and his energy and his swag. But they got Kobe Turner. They got Byron Young. They got my prerogative, Bobby Brown III, and a couple of young guys that are trying to figure out the league. But, the Niners ran all over Aaron Donald, Dave. Again, he was 5-13 against the 49ers in his career. Remember the one game when he got all mad and got kicked out of the game? On a Thursday night, he took his helmet off, and it was before I was there. I think it may have been before even Kyle was there. So I don't even know if that one counts for the 5 wins because he got kicked out.
Right.
But a lot of it the last 5 years, we're talking about 4.5 years, was the Niners did run the ball against Aaron Donald and that front. Now, he had the ultimate revenge. We had the 10-point lead going to the fourth quarter of the championship game, and I can see him now, sacking Jimmy and Jimmy spinning around and throwing the interception and him doing the, put a ring on it, that he was going to win the Super Bowl, and he did it, 2 weeks later against Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. So, he won that game and he won a Super Bowl. But the Niners did run on the LA Rams for a lot of those games when 99 was playing.
That's the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. And what I hope will be a winning weekend, get back on track for those 49ers and get all the injuries out of the way right now so they can all be perfectly healthy going into what I hope is a nice postseason berth and a run finally at a Super Bowl. Well, they've been running at a Super Bowl championship, but it'd be nice to hoist the trophy. Greg Papa needs the Vince Lombardi in his trophy case from San Francisco.
Wow. You know what I need? I need more touchdown San Francisco.
Yes.
We've had two each the first 2 games of the year. What happened to 30 for Purdy?
Right.
35 for Purdy. Remember when they got up to the 5-0 start? It was 30 minimum.
What the heck?
I need 4 touchdown San Franciscos here. I got to talk to Kyle Shanahan about this.
Talk to Brock. Figure it out.
Yeah.
All right.
You talk to Kyle. Talk to your Kyle.
I will.
Make sure you make the show on time, Dave.
Thank you, Greg. Have a great weekend. See you soon. Bye.
Take care, Dave.
You too. Bye-bye. That's Greg Papa. We'll take a break. When we come back, as we hit the final half hour of our week, at least, celebrity birthdays, pick 6. And, Jason's already got his in because he's gone. And we'll get to crosstalk with Kyle. Or not Kyle, we'll get to crosstalk with Alan and with Chris Watkins, Friday Fun and Games, hosted by Kyle and more. Don't go away. Fun, quick half hour next.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, venues, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop Prints That Pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Kelly Curran in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We are looking at plenty of sunshine across the area today. Morning lows will be starting out in the upper 50s with highs this afternoon topping out in the low 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA app.
DC here for Folsom Lake Kia, where they make car shopping easy with a huge selection of new Kia models, low payments, and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, your trusted dealer in Folsom for over 25 years. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station Contest are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
A new Honda? Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
A new pool can transform your backyard into a beautiful oasis. Now, that's what happened with us when we made the best decision and called Premier Pools and Spas. The process began with an in-person consultation with the designer, and the end result, well, it's been several years of family fun in our forever pool. Now, you can find out for yourself by coming out to the Endless Summer Bash from Premier Pools and Spas. That's this Saturday from 10 to 4 at their newly renovated showroom in Rancho Cordova. They'll have food, ice cream, bounce houses, and more, but you can come get design ideas for your pool. But also, they build outdoor living spaces, fire pits, pavers, and so much more. That's this Saturday from 10 to 4 at Premier Pools and Spas' newly renovated showroom in Rancho Cordova. Find out for yourself why they've been the region's leading pool builder and serving Sacramento since 1988. That's Premier Pools and Spas, contract license number 589234.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here?
Does this thing work?
Oh, hey. Is that Chris Watkins?
Hey, Kyle. How you doing?
I hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, I'm doing great so far. This is a rocky start, but
you know what? I'm glad you're here because we're gonna have a fun time playing celebrity birthdays and Friday Fun and Games together.
I feel it. Hey, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Now you're doing it wrong. So on this show, we let the music play.
Yeah.
Till we walk in, and then you hit the rejoin, so it sounds to our radio listeners like we're right on time.
Yeah.
That's a trick. That's called throwing a block.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Leap like an O-lineman.
Yeah.
So when I stop this bet, it definitely won't say 1 minute and 40 seconds that it was running for.
By the way, for the record, earlier when I was coming in late before Papa, Kyle messed up the time. He admitted it. I'll give him credit.
I didn't publicly, but I
didn't
will say
publicly. I'm totally throwing you under the bus.
I did mess up the time.
100%. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. How do you do?
I'm having fun with a Raider fan on the chat. It's
Friday. Really?
Yeah.
It's Friday. Yeah.
It amazes me because like the chat is like.
Is it Murph?
No, Murph from Twitter. Murph.
I think so.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's just the chat is like, we're taking over the chat. Where's Niner fan? It's like, well, number one, they're working. Number two, I'm like, it's hilarious how many Raider fans are in here, right?
That was a good one.
But also, like, here's the thing: like, you look at attendance in Vegas. Look at attendance over the last 20 years when they were in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
They're at or near the bottom of the league every year. It's online. Go look at it.
Well, they can't afford the tickets.
We're not getting personal, Nate.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Don't wield the machete if you're not a black belt. Okay. Here's the thing.
Purple belt.
Also, we know this for a fact. Radio ratings abysmal in this town. TV ratings abysmal, and not just here, but in the Bay Area. So I always look. They are a loud, proud, loyal, for the most part, fan base. I admit that, 100%. But I feel like Raider Nation, it's more like Raider County is what I was saying. Raider Archipelago, Raider
Peninsula,
Commonwealth,
the Greater Raider area,
the Greater Raider, yeah, like the Raider Island in the South Pacific.
You're a maniac.
The Raider Cayman Islands.
I love and support all Raider fans. I just think your team is bad.
I don't think they're that bad this year. I actually think that defense is solid.
I think the defense is great. I just am not. I'm very uninspired by Gardner Minshew and Zamir White. And the fact that Alexander Madison is playing well for them, I think, is not a great sign.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Raider Ted. You know the argument's going.
They are very delusional, but I also, in a weird way,
like the best part. You respect it.
I wish I could just blindly believe in the same way.
I was born in Sacramento since 1968. I've been watching Raiders since '74. No matter where they went, I was always a Raider fan. There's no bandwagon a Raider fan. Let me scroll up.
No one's gonna
hold
be
on.
A bandwagon Raider fan.
Let me just scroll up though here real quick. The same guy. When I brought up the attendance, goes, well, people were getting sick of Derek Carr crumbling in the pocket every time someone well, then you're a bandwagon. Then that's the definition of bandwagoning. And then when somebody goes, no one wants to debate me, bro. I'm like, bro, research. I'm not ripping you. Look at the numbers. You can go to Google it. Google their attendance.
You just won't listen.
It's right. It's right in front of you.
If it's not a two-way street.
It's like when they singing the Star Spangled Banner with your fingers in your ears. Like, bro, I'm not trying to yuck your. I mean, I'm kind of trying to yuck your elm for being honest, but
I can be honest. Niner fans aren't much better, but yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. There's factions in all fan bases, but when you look at that attendance. Top 5.
Yeah. I mean,
always over 100% capacity. I mean, say what you want about the wine drinking, but they're showing up. All right. Pick 6. Let's go.
There we go.
All right. We got to run through this, Kyle. I'm going to do this real quick. So it's just you and me doing this?
It's just,
it's not Viking fans.
We'll read Jason's picks.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, first one. Who's going to be the first 49er to score?
Don't care about Jason's picks. We'll recap that on Monday. We're in a hurry here. First Niner to score. Give me Jordan Mason.
That's who Jason picked. I'll go Juwan Jennings.
Juwan Jennings.
Next up, what is going to be the halftime score?
Oh, gosh. Give me 14-10 Niners.
14-10 Niners. I will go 10-0 Niners.
Yeah.
Next up, we have the top San Francisco receiver. We need a name and yards.
Give me Ayuk and give me 86. Come on, Brandon.
All right. I'm going to go Jawan Jennings for 77. Next up, we have total punts. How many total punts will there be in the game?
70.
I think there's going to be maybe 7, actually.
7? Okay, I'll go 6. Jason went 9. Next, we have Brock Purdy yards and touchdowns.
Brock Purdy, 256 and 2.
All right, similar to Jason, 239 and 2. I'll go, just to be different, 182 and 1 touchdown.
Okay.
And now, finally, a random stat.
Going back to it, give me a juicy touchdown, Kyle Juszczyk, baby.
Juszczyk touchdown. Jason said a Niner other than Purdy will throw a touchdown pass.
Ooh.
And I'm going to say the Rams will not score a touchdown in the game. 0 touchdowns for the Rams.
Okay. Celebrity birthdays are brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Hey, listen, nothing says, happy birthday to friends and family more than Crumble Cookies. And Crumble Chris coming in next Wednesday. I like that we're promoting that every day all week. It's fantastic. That's how much we're just all
Crumble
cookie.
Chris does reviews on Instagram, too, of the cookies.
Does he?
Check it out.
Yeah.
I think it's Crumble Chris Floyd on Instagram.
I'm going to come in just on Wednesday. I'm not even working. Just going to show up Wednesday.
That's what the salespeople do.
Celebrity birthdays.
Celebrity birthdays. We got a whole weekend's worth. Let's start off with Bill.
Louis.
That is a joke.
And Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Bill Belichick.
Bill Murray.
Okay.
How old is Bill Murray?
82.
Ooh,
Bill is Bill's 75.
Bill Murray, 78.
Dave, you're the closest. 74.
Nice.
Looks older.
He does.
He's looked older forever. He looked older in stripes.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Alfonso
Ribeiro.
Soriano. Dave got it. How old is Alfonso Ribeiro?
Is that Carlton?
Yes.
Gotta be.
Dancing with the Stars.
I'm going to say he is 58.
Ooh.
52.
Great breakdancer.
Fifty-
One of the greatest of all time.
55.
Yes. No joke.
Nate, he's 52 right now. He'll be 53 tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good
Wow,
job.
younger than I thought.
Next up, we have Jason.
Ross.
Jason Voorhees. Friday the 13th.
That was Jason.
Jason
Aldi.
Veritas.
Ponte.
Yeah, who?
Jason Derulo.
Oh.
It's like the worst Jason.
Oh, is he the guy that top darted at me?
That's
I think
it.
so.
Yeah.
41.
Dude, Jason Derulo is 33.
I'll say 37.
Which, by the way, in French, it means the rouleau.
That is
Wow. You really
That
are
is
a man
astute.
of culture.
I really am.
Yeah.
Split right down the middle. 35.
Split right down the middle.
Next up, we have
Love that song.
George.
Costanza.
Lopez.
Stephanopoulos.
George Papadopoulos
Hey.
of Webster.
George
Karras.
Still
that was
not
Alex.
correct.
George
Washington.
Carl.
George McCart. George.
Still no.
George.
Of the jungle.
Good one.
Yes.
Watch out for that tree.
There
Who
is.
the hell is
Please
he?
Curious.
look out.
George.
George R.R. Martin.
Oh.
Jeez. I don't know.
Does he count as the double name game we were playing earlier?
No, RR is not a name. It's a sound a dog makes.
68.
Or a porpoise. Or presumption. You know what? I got to be honest. Anybody that goes by initials, probably a douche.
What about J.K. Rowling?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
More
we
than
kind
your
of
question.
drive it home. I mean, if you're like, what's your name? E.F. Hutton. Okay, E.F.
All right, E.
All right, E.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Right.
Get outta
That's
here.
what I'm saying.
E. Honda. Heard you talk about Street Fighter.
100%.
That guy's a real jerk.
Give me somebody that goes by initials.
Fine.
That
George Raymond Richard Martin.
isn't a dingle.
Ew, Raymond Richards.
He's old,
See why he
dude.
goes
He's old. I'm gonna say 70. Because I don't know much about it, but I do know there's actual Game of Thrones fans and all that. They're like, finish the book before you die.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say 76.
68.
69.
We have a correct answer to walk off. Dave, 76.
Look at that.
76. My goodness.
Woo!
Man, I'm feeling energized.
I'm feeling incredibly energized because I'm about to do a spot right now involving American Energy. Thanks for the intro, Nate.
You're welcome.
Super smooth.
Super smooth, Nate.
Yeah.
He gets mad when someone else does something good.
Well, That's not this time.
That's see, I'm happy.
I hate that water bottle so much.
Why?
It drives me
Why?
crazy.
American Energy.
First of all,
I'm in between Good Morning and Relax.
I
a little
know
bit.
you're not even at 7 a.m.
Well,
yet.
this is my second one.
Stop distracting
really?
him.
No,
I was gonna say.
Look, if you are tired, if you're not getting enough hot air like I am, go ahead and in the studio. Go ahead and get with American Energy. Listen, right now, they are going to get you a free tune-up. Not free. Well, look, if your system's over 10 years old, you're getting a free tune-up. And odds are, I know a bunch of you jabronis, your system's probably 10 years or more old. I mean, mine is, absolutely. However, American Energy, remember, has been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. And here's the thing, with the cooler weather, hopefully, around the corner, American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. So that $49 fall tune-up, an inspection regularly, $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection as well. Check us out at the AEWay.com. The AEWay.com for an instant quote. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Friday Fun and Games coming up next.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha.
And
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, opportunity is a big part of September baseball, and in the case of the A's lefty Brady Basso, it's been a bit of a twisting path. When he took the mound for the Athletics against the White Sox on Friday the 13th, he was beginning his 5th stint with the ball club this year. He went out and fired 5 1/3 innings of shutout baseball that night to earn his first major league win.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
We have finally made it to Friday.
Let's end your week the right way with Friday Fun and Games
On the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Welcome back. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, it's gone. Hi. Styles, Watkin, and Kyle. Kyle Ledbetter. What's today's Friday fun and game? I'm scared to ask.
Why are you scared?
I don't know. What is it?
My Friday Fun and Games are great, guys. We're going with a classic.
Hit the post.
Today.
Stop it. That is not.
Hey, it's Feudly Fam.
Exactly. We are playing a feud.
Okay, let's go.
All righty.
Do we need a even amount, or is it good with?
Well, it depends. Do you want a teammate, or you want to go by yourself?
I'll go by myself. I'm a loner. I'm a rebel.
You got this.
It's me and Jason.
Did you see Pablo Torre's fast money the other day?
I did not.
That's great.
Was it great?
Yeah, he got, I think, 160 points or something in the
Wow.
final round.
His teammate totally let him down. 40
dude.
points.
Pablo's a smart dude.
He's
Also,
very
the host of the Tribeca Film Festival when they played showed the
really?
ESPN 30 for 30. He was the host there with the director Jason and
Yeah.
George Maloof and all the other people. Very nice guy. Like Sacramento.
Pablo,
Has a very legit love for Sacramento.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Never
like
knew.
it.
Cool.
Back to you.
All righty. We're going to put our top 8 answers on the board. They're on the board now.
Yeah.
So today's category is going to be most wins by a college football team since 2013. So we're just doing the last 12 years. We're doing wins by college football programs. Styles is giving me a look because I know he's not a college football guy. That's why I tried to make it as easy as I could.
Who goes first?
Well, so here's what's going to happen. You would normally buzzer in when I give the answer, but I just forgot when I told you the answer. So I'm going to give Dave the first crack because he's by himself.
No problem.
All right, so I'm naming as many, and I get 3 strikes.
No, so you give your first answer.
Oh, I got you.
And then they give an answer, and whoever is the highest can either play or pass.
There we go.
So
Alabama.
Alabama. Well done, Mr. Dave.
Okay.
Alabama with 141 wins.
I'll pass.
You'll pass?
I will.
All righty. So, Styles and Watkins, you guys are playing today's feud.
Great.
So, we have the number 1 answer on the board, Alabama at 141. You guys are trying to guess 2 through 8 without missing 3 times.
Well, I know one for sure. Another one has to be Ohio State.
Ohio State is your number 3 answer.
Okay.
With 125. So we have number 1 and number 3 off the board.
I'll go with Georgia.
Georgia
Number
is
2.
the number 4 answer.
Oh, I know who number 2 is.
I have one. They've cooled off.
Yeah,
but I'm going to go with it
2.
anyway. I'm going to go Clemson.
Yeah.
Clemson, number 2 answer. Most wins since 2013 with 132. That's 9 less than Alabama.
Wow.
So
I'm going to start getting a little risky. I'll go Oregon.
Yeah.
Oregon is the number 8 answer.
Wow, good risk. Great risk.
Well done with 104. Technically tied for 7th, but 104.
How many do we have left?
So you need number 5, number 6, and number 7. You currently have 0 strikes.
Nobody's guessed Florida State yet.
Nope. That's correct.
Jimbo. Well, I'm thinking Big Ten, Chris, and just because there's a school, I don't want to go too crazy, but I know there's a school that had some bad times.
You should just say the name of the
please.
school.
Penn State.
Penn State
Nope.
is your guess. Penn State is absolutely incorrect. They
You know what? I get it, though.
did not even crack the top 13.
Wow. So you'd have to throw that in. Make
I'll
it feel
go
bad. Jeez.
LSU.
LSU is incorrect. That's number 10 on the list.
Oh, one more guy.
One more left. And then if you get it wrong, Dave, you just have to name one team.
Gotcha.
And you
I'm going to write it down already. I'm going to call my shot. 5-second rule. 4, 1.
Hold on.
Tyler.
5, 4.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma is number 5. That's the number 5 answer. So we're down to just number 6 and number 7.
Hit Oklahoma. It's not USC. I'm trying to think of another Pac-12. I mean, we haven't said Michigan. I'll go Michigan.
Michigan is number 7.
Yeah,
the
that was
number
it.
7 answer.
I thought they had some hard
Number
times.
6,
That's why I
more
went.
than LSU.
So only one left.
It's not like it's not Florida. I don't think it's an SEC school.
No, I mean the SEC schools. They kept it's Bama. It's been Bama.
It could be like.
What about Big 12?
It could be like Tulane or something. I mean,
Okay,
it could
I will
be-
say this. So it's Division 1A, but the weird one that would count would be Boise, and Boise's 9. So it's not a group of 5 team.
It's a non-Power 5 school.
Okay.
It's not a group of 5 team.
But it's not FCS.
No, we're not doing FCS, and we're not
Okay.
doing group of 5.
I was gonna say, old Trey Lance is stomping grounds. Do you have something,
No.
Chris? Okay, I'm just gonna say this team. I don't think it's them, but I'm gonna say, well, AAC is that group of 5?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we should just.
I'll just say UCF.
UCF is the guess. They are now
Yes,
Big
that's
12
good
now,
guess.
so that would count. However, UCF is not correct. That's 3 strikes, you guys. Dave?
Is it TCU?
You can name number 6, you would win. TCU?
Is it TCU?
TCU is your guess, and TCU
I don't think it is.
is not the
Who is
correct
it?
answer.
Who is it?
Any last guesses?
No.
You guys already won. It is the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Notre Dame comes in at number
I
6.
guess
when you
they
said
went
it's
to the
not a-
national.
yeah.
That is sad.
You kind of threw us.
Yeah, you threw me with those.
I'm not blaming Kyle.
I am. Yeah. All right,
Don't
next
think
up.
we would have done
That's
it.
all the time we have
that
for
is all
this
the
week's
time we have.
edition
That
of
was
The
great.
Feud.
We win,
was
you
awesome.
lose. Hey, Chris saved me with the Oklahoma.
That's a pretty good
great.
job. What's coming up on the show today?
Yeah, I feel like I was talking to Chris about this before the show. We've been explaining how people feel about whether or not this is Brock's opportunity, but I don't know that we've actually sat here and said how we feel about it. So we're going to break down how we feel about whether or not this is a good opportunity for Brock to prove some people wrong.
So today's conversation is going to be a lot of feelings. You're going to talk about your feelings.
Give me some hot takes. You don't want to.
No? Shohei Ohtani, the greatest baseball player.
Oh yeah, we have that sound. It gave me goosebumps. He's gonna say, I've switched on this.
Yeah,
he might say
less than
baseball.
24 hours
He's
ago.
not.
I'll tell you why.
I don't think he's going to say.
I'll tell you why. Don't go anywhere.
You're telling me why I did not go anywhere, or
Just
like,
come
you're
on.
saying, tell me why I don't. Oh,
It's not funny, Kyle.
I
hate when he does this.
Have a wonderful.
Between you and Whitey, man, your crossovers, you just make them tough.
Wow. Well, you would know you're only here half the time.
Oh,
What is that? How the weekend's starting? What is that? Oh my God! Are we having more radio station beef now? None of the personalities can get along. F you and your Vikings.
Whoa.
Oh gosh, it's just beef everywhere. All right, for Kyle Ledbetter, thank you very much. For half of Jason Ross, 3/4 of Jason Ross. For Sean Salisbury, for Greg Papa, for Dave Richard. We'll see you on Monday. Styles and Watkins next. Light the beam. Bye bye now.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think